Dear chess friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome for a sixth round of a FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tashkent. So, well, today we have quite an interesting pairing as our leaders are playing together. So, grandmasters from India, Hampi Kanero and Harika Dronavali, meeting each other. Actually, well, let's talk a bit about the situation in the tournament, because it's roughly a half away after 5 rounds. So, as been mentioned, 2 Indian players are leading the field, Hampi Kanero and Harika Dronavali, with 4 points after 5 rounds, with 3 wins each. Then, just a half a point behind, we have once again 2 players, Xiaoxu from China and Katerina Lagnon from Ukraine, with 3 points, clear 5th place, Bella Hotenashvili, with, well, once again, with no draw so far. So Bella won 3 games and she lost 3 games. Well, so on +1, Bella Hotenashvili. Then the only player with 50%, Antonetta Stefanova, so on the 6th place, with 2.5 out of 5. Then another player who didn't score a single draw so far, a local Nafisa Mominova. So she scored a very important victory yesterday against Zhu Jun. So Zhu Jun, the same on -1, and the same -1 has Olga Giria. Well, not playing so well so far. Ex-world champion Alexandra Kostyniuk with 1.5 point on 10th spot in our cross table, and well, and it's a tie for the last between Gulishanna Kpaeva and Elina Danielian, and they are the only 2 not to win a single game till that point. So that's a situation then, and well, let's check the pairings a bit. Hampi Kanero has been mentioned. Hampi Kanero is white today against Harika Dronavali. It's a game of the leaders, and of course the one who wins will be pretty much in charge for the first place. Then we have 2 Chinese girls playing each other, and Zhu Jun is white against Xiaoxu. Then our, well, proceeding from the lead, okay, Katerina Lagnon is white against Antonetta Stefanova. So Katerina, well, she shows us very convenient display with white so far, winning 2 games, so that will be a bit tough for Antonetta. Then Elina Danielian will try to improve her tournament situation facing Nafisa Mominova. And well, Olga Giria is playing Bella Hotenashvili. Olga is white, and Alexandra Kostyniuk faces Gulishanna Kpaeva. Once again, Alexandra is white. So I'd like to start with the game of the leaders, of course. That's, well, I believe one of the most important games in this tournament, although it's still a long way to go, but it might be decided right here if Kanero manages to win. So, well, just gonna bring you the board of this game. Hampi Kanero versus Harika Dronavali. So it started with d4 and e6. Well, actually, I don't know if you remember, but when Hampi played Lagnon, so Hampi started with knight f3 and Lagnon answered with g6. So, but what I mean, Hampi at some point switched to pierce defense, so that means from time to time she considers actually to play a bit of e4 openings. This time she's offered to transpose to the French defense, which is definitely a repertoire opening for Harika. So instead of doing this, Humpy just played c4, then knight f6. Well, then honestly, so this move order, I'm not quite sure what it's played like that. So the only benefit is to avoid the Trompovsky attack, but it's not that scary normally for black, and instead black goes to, I mean, some guys are playing e6 in order to give a check on b4 here on the second move, trying to play sort of Bogo Indian or Nimsa, but not quite, because sometimes knight is developed on e7, sometimes black's gonna play f5 and then develop the knight. Okay, anyway, we are getting to, well, a topical position of this Grand Prix. A lot of games went like that. Knight c3, knight bd7. So then, case of bishop g5, it's going to be Cambridge Springs line. The cd5, ed5. White is going for a Karlsbad, very solid. Bishop f4. I don't know if anyone plays bishop b4 here, but basically it's gonna be just a Karlsbad. So c6 and c6. So that's how it normally is gonna. Yeah, actually c6 has been played, so that is how it's going to be developed, I believe. Well, a certain benefit for white from knight's position on d7, so black cannot develop bishop f5 at the early stage. So white can may not waste. Okay, it's not exactly the waste, but white may not play queen c2. Because normally, if knight is not on d7, so white is starting with queen c2, then playing e3 to avoid bishops developing to f5. So here white can safely play e3. Bishop e7, I expect, then bishop d3, something like that, castle. Yeah, just referring to some good old times. That there is a, I mean, I don't know, perhaps it was Alekhine with Rubinstein. There is a nice trap here in this position. Rook e8, rook c1, and then if black plays knight h5, though knight h5 would be better to be played at once, and if black plays knight h5, then there is knight d5, then the nice trick, and if black takes, then after bishop c7 the queen is trapped. But of course it's just a variation to entertain the crowd. I can hardly believe the girl's gonna follow the footsteps of giants from the past. So bishop f4, c6, Humpies, well, took a bit of a pause, so we can switch to some other games. And then, well, I'd like to check what's going on in Lucknow with Stefanova game. Well, e4. So Katerina actually won 2 games in this tournament by playing English Open, starting a game with c4, but this time she returns to her main weapon, playing e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and well, here it's d4, Scotch, c takes, knight takes, then bishop b4 check, so a bit of a tricky line actually, c3, bishop c5, bishop e3. So it would be possible to play this position without c3, but then it's and I mean it's still theoretical, of course, but well, by provoking white's pawn to step to c3, then black deprives this b1 knight from the most natural square to be developed. The bishop b6, and white plays knight f5. Knight f5. Well, so basically what happens, black takes here, then develops the knight. That's what white is looking for. If black is not, well, not precise enough, let's say, I'll make some random moves for black, just trying to develop. So f3, castle, c4, rook e8 for instance, and knight c3. So that's basically a setup white is looking for, because then white controls this d5, the only possible break in this position, controls with I don't know how many pieces, 4, and okay, with the queen, so that means 5. d5 is stopped for forever, and Okay, black will be under some sort of a pressure. Okay, it's still playable though, but of course some more exact move warriors should be available for black. Perhaps putting a knight on e7 is one of the options. Taking on e3, knight e3, then perhaps starting with d6 and then eventually putting a knight on e7, then followed by f5. So Antonetta is thinking, and we are moving further then. Well, let's check the game between two Chinese players. Zhao Xu is in tie with Katerina Lagnon for a third and fourth spot, so just half a point behind the leaders. And once again, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. The topical, this combination of Nimzo in case of knight c3 and then b6 or check in case of anything else. The most classical approach, I'd say, apart from maybe queen's gambit declined, g3 and then check on b4, bishop d2, a5, bishop g2, castle, knight f3, d5. And if white's gonna castle, then after dc4, bishop g5, we might just get a position from yesterday's game of Bella Hoteneshvili with Kulishan Lakbaeva. So we can see the further development of this line. But now, at the same time, white just can play something like queen c2. Sorry, instead of a castle, yeah, d5, something like queen c2, and see what happens there. So in general, well, the other way to solve this tension between c4 d5 pawn would be just to take on d5, which we saw in already in a lot of games in almost the similar structure, but not exactly the same, because this Kasbat set up in the center and then the bishop on g2 somehow doesn't go well together. So the cd5 is not recommended here in this particular position, because bishop on g2 will be fairly passive after c7, c6. But of course, I expect white to play castle, the most principal move. And actually, June just stopped for a little bit to find out if she's ready for, because it's gonna be after castle dc4. It's already a real pawn sacrifice, and white has to act carefully, has to know what exactly he's doing. Now bishop g5 is the move, though, I guess. Okay, let's move to some other game. Just okay, we can check what Bella Hotenashvili is doing here. So Olga Gira is white against Bella Hotenashvili. Wow, it already became quite exciting. So d4 was the move of Olga Gira, g6, and then e4. So g6 is, of course, well, it's quite flexible for black, but at the same time you give, of course, white a huge variety of choices. Knight f3, c5. Well, there is d5 for white, there is c3, and of course dc5 is one of the most principal. Check on a5 and knight c3. In here, black is almost forced to accept the challenge. Knight c3 is obviously a pawn sacrifice. Black is almost forced to accept the challenge, as queen c5 would be just bad after knight d5. Because what you're gonna do for black? There is a certain threat of b2, b4, surprisingly. Let's say in case of knight f6, which seems to be a natural development, and b4, queen c6, and a nice trick, bishop b5. Just the queen is trapped. So queen d6, it's bishop f4, and if black takes, it's an obvious knight c7 is coming. So after knight c3, queen c5, knight d5. Well, the best for black, as far as I know, is to give check, and just after bishop d2, just to go back to a5, to d8. But of course, it's not the position you're normally happy with. So bishop c3 at least, and Okay, white has huge development advantage. So, as been said, after queen a5, knight c3, black is almost forced to accept the challenge, and she did so. Bishop c3, bishop c3, queen takes c3 check, bishop d2, queen takes c5. So, black has got an extra pawn, and white obviously should have a compensation with two bishops, with especially the dark square bishop may become very dangerous. Bishop d3, knight c6. Well, I guess rook b1 is one of the possible moves here. Rook b1 at once, because we as white are still not sure where to develop the bishop. But rook is definitely belongs to b1, so I guess even rook b1 might be a bit more precise. Anyway, bishop d3, knight c6, and rook b1, intending to set up something like that. So rook b5, it would be white's threat in this position, I'd say, in case of the natural knight f6. So white's playing rook b5, attacking the queen, and while black has certain difficulties retreating her queen, as queen d6 obviously runs under e5, and queen a3, the same e5 is gonna be played, probably because, well, now knight has a really hard time finding a good spot to retreat. So the problem is then, if black challenges the rook here on b5, it's always rook b3 with the tempo then capturing the knight. After rook p1, while black normally has to do something about this rook b5, and a6, which would be, well, at least covers this b5 forever, right? No more rook b5, but after castle, let's say knight f6, this b6 square of course is weakened, so something like bishop e3, bishop b6, preventing the development of black for quite some time. Also, there is still some e5, even though it's gonna sacrifice the second pawn. This e5 is always possible. So, position seems actually a6 has been played here, so now it's up to Giria how she's going to develop her initiative. Now, well, moving third, Kosteniuk Visnakbayeva. Well, e4 c5, and I have to say once again the Kulishana is a bit unlucky with her results so far. As judging on the positions she had, her minimum result should have been like 50% or so. She didn't use her chances in a couple of winning positions, and even losing one winning to Muminova, and well, she wasn't really overplayed in any of her games except maybe for the last one. And so mostly it's about the blunders around the time control. So knight f6, knight c3, g6, e5, knight g4, bishop takes c6, dc6, and d3. So that is bishop b5 line, which is recently became very topical after white failed to prove anything in Sveshnikov Sicilian in the main lines during the match of Boris Gelfand and Vichy Anand. So Vichy was trying a couple of times to get into main lines of Sveshnikov, but couldn't prove anything. So there's bishop b5 as anti-Sveshnikov. So I don't know actually how to call it properly, because it's called Rostalimo Sicilian in Russian-speaking world. We are most stick to Chebanenko Sicilian, to Moldavian trainer and a chess player who developed a lot at the era of this line. Brought some new ideas actually to take on c6. It's more of a spirit of Chebanenko. So d3, and basically what white is trying to achieve in this line is to restrict both black's bishops. Black definitely has a bishop pair here, and but the problem is actually well, with knight on g4 it's even more tricky, because the knight could be driven away as well. Driven away. the d3, bishop g7, which seems to be logical. White's gonna defend the pawn. But let's say after castle, white's playing h3, possibly g4, and then all the black pieces are a bit restricted, as well as this bishop on g7 is not perfectly placed, although still something like f6 is possible, queen e2, and well, it's going to be complicated strategical fight here. So if white achieves his goal, so I mean to develop, to keep this pawn on e5 defended, not to lose anything around here, so white's better then. But well, we don't know for sure what's gonna happen. d3, but the bishop g7 still seems to be the logical one. And well, and we still have one more game we didn't cover yet. Elina Danielian with Nafisa Mominova. Once again, already 10 moves been made. d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, then knight f3, d5, e3. Well, once again we see the same opening, which I'm still not sure how to make it, how to name it. c5, c4, right, e6 and a3. Then now it more looks like symmetrical Tarrasch, at least. I mean, I can name it like that. a6, cd5. Well, actually, it's a choice for black to play with isolated pawn, how it happened in the game, or to take on d4, and then white's gonna play with isolated pawn to take d4, c4. Okay, maybe not to take c4 at once, but just to develop, and then when the bishop moved, then to take on c4. But in terms of a structure, so black could have got something like that, where white has an isolated pawn, or as it happened in the game, after a6, it's actually white who took on c5, and actually on d5, and then on c5 at once, even not waiting for a bishop to move. Bishop c5, b4, bishop a7, so that's the point of a7, a6. Bishop is moved to a nice location here on a7, so it supports d4, but as well as when knight is developed, the bishop developed, then sometimes bishop just steps to b8, and eventually with queen d6 in combination with queen d6, well, going to pressure on white's king side. So bishop a7, bishop b2, all natural so far, knight c6, bishop e2, and both castle, and it's black to make a move here. So possibly something like bishop e6 can be the move for black. Actually, I'm still not sure where to place this bishop, because the setup I've mentioned is queen d6 and bishop b8. Normally the rook has to escape first, though. Then perhaps black can still start with queen d6, maybe putting this rook to d8. So, well, and actually it's horrible. I don't see white claiming any advantage here, to be honest. Okay, it's just a typical position with isolated pawn. So white has to achieve a lot before she actually gets anything. Well, bishop g4 is, sorry, after castle short. So bishop g4, of course, is one of the options. They're not intending to take on f3 really, but somehow pressing a bit in case of knight d4, for instance, which is a bit, well, so not the best, I'd say. Then bishop takes, taking e2, and it's black is already better probably. So bishop g4 is an option, definitely. So, well, at the moment it looks actually that the philosophy of those isolated pawn positions there, it's changed a bit, because, well, the side as isolated pawn proved that it has actually different plans, not only to attack as they thought like some 50 years ago. So if you have an isolated point, either you have attacking chances or you are just worse, but it turns to be not the case at the modern state of a theory of those isolated points. Black can even sometimes entering some end games. It's not that bad if black is in possession, let's say, of an open C file and this pawn is defending. Even some games are not that bad. So, and of course, let's go back and concentrate mostly on our leaders games. So I'm switching to our leaders once again. Have to remind you, it's Hampi Conero with Harika Dronovali. Although it looks, well, looks a bit boring to be honest at the moment. So Queen C2, that quite a quiet position. Queen C2, and black just played it in a simple way. So anyway, Queen C2 was played. Black kept it in a simple way. Knight H5, and actually after E3, Bishop E7, Queen C2, if it would be like that, I mean E3, Bishop E7, Queen C2, once again it looks like after Knight H5, white has Knight D5, yeah, and CD5, there is a Bishop C7 once again. Oh well, that would be a nice way to blunder actually, because I just discovered this check on B4, so in this case it doesn't work. Okay, anyway, Queen C2 and then Knight H5 at once. Bishop G5, Bishop E7. So black changes a pair of bishops here. E3 and Knight B6. So this Knight B6. Well, I mean, to explain why Knight B6 is played before castle actually. Perhaps to have on Bishop D3. Black's gonna have Knight F4, then Bishop has to retreat, because in case of a castle, White could have played Bishop D3, attacking H7, then Knight F4, White has Bishop H7 and castle herself. So that would be a different story though, perhaps still. So Knight G2 is possible. Yeah, okay, that will be just another game. So Knight B6, then White is normally developing her bishop to E2. Well, for this cause, but I have to say it's pretty solid for blacks. Of course, some minority attack possibilities, but actually rarely possible, since if both bishops are changed, actually it's very nice for black. Okay, let's say to play Bishop G4 and after eventually both castled here. If those bishops are changed, I don't know which way. Let's say Knight E5 takes there, Knight F6. Then this minority attack is not a threat whatsoever, because after B4, black's gonna challenge this E5 knight and will get C4 square for her own knight on B6. So Knight B6. Well, so far I don't expect any exciting events here in this game for quite some time, so they have to develop. So quite a quiet opening that they have to develop first. They have to build up attention here. At the moment I don't see much of attention in this position, so black is allowed to develop easily. And then let's check what we had. Okay, so Olga Gira with Bela Hotenashvili, actually the game on our screen. This seems to be the most interesting game of today. So just let me find it where it is. Okay, A6 castle, obvious. Still white has to castle. Black plays D6. So, because as we said, in case of Knight F6, there could be even some E5 moves into ones, because if Knight takes, there'll be something like Bishop B4 takes, then Rook E1, so it may just become dangerous for black. So black prefers to stop the c5 with d7, d6. And although white's position looks quite attractive, but she has to come up really with some concrete plan, otherwise black's gonna develop. Black has an extra pawn, and well, this compensation might just as well disappear. Then d6, well, that must be still theoretical, by the way, because c4 looks like an option, then putting the bishop on c3 eventually, or looking for some bishop e3 c5 at some point. The moment white has to understand if this bishop g4 is a threat or not really. So I guess there is an option of bishop g4, but at the moment b7 is hanging, so not exactly a threat. Because c4 seems possible really. Then knight f6 for instance, and white has different options like playing bishop e3 or putting bishop onto c3 as well. So bishop c3, although it doesn't look like too promising. So perhaps c4 is a bit too slow, but I don't know if there is anything else. Just let me so actually knight f6, white could have answered with bishop h6, by the way, depriving black from a castle short. So I'm not sure about this c4 anymore, so maybe white has to play it in a bit trickier way. Then rook e1 if it's a good idea, because eventually some knight g4 might be played with a tempo. So let's say in case of rook e1, which maybe is gonna support e5 later on, but then after knight f6, white doesn't have bishop h6, for example, because there is knight g4 attacking not only the bishop but also f2. So all in all, it's pretty much tense. Well, it's already clear. It's not going to be that quiet as, for instance, in Conero with Harika. The position is already pretty much unbalanced, and now it's at the moment I'd say it's up to white to prove compensation, because black's next moves are more or less obvious. Knight is going to be developed, and black is looking for a castle short. So meanwhile, moving third, Katerina Lagno with Antonetta Stefanova, the game on our screen. So that's well, actually this is not the actual position, as after knight f5, which we saw last time, instead of taking on e3, Stefanova preferred to play queen f6. Queen f6, defending g7. I guess they were moving queen defends g7. Well, I guess it were games like that. I remember one how with Aronian was something similar here. So eventually what happens, white is taking herself on b6, then knight e3, I guess it's gonna be like that. Knight e7, then eventually white is preparing c3, c4, so white has to defend the pawn on d2, on b2, sorry, queen d2, castle, and then c3, c4. Well, then I'm not sure about this castle. Then knight c3, then, and so on. So black may get under some positional pressure in this case. So that's the current situation here in this game, and has been said already. So as we know that ladies like to think a lot during the first hour, we don't expect a lot of moves to be played. It's not only about the opening preparation, but as well about the psychology, who is trapping whom, who prepared what. Well, coming back to Aleksandra Kostyniuk viskulis annak paiva. 33 bishop g7 was played, as we said. Bishop f4 and then knight h6 at once. Guess. Yeah, perhaps that is more precise, because in the line I've mentioned after castle, h3, g4, both knight. Well, bishop is still restricted on g7, but the worst is this knight on h6, which is stuck at the edge of the board. So black decides to retreat at once. Then his, well, perhaps I can call it a threat to play bishop g4 to get rid of this bishop, because bishop is not really doing much. The white is sort of forced to play h3, and then knight f5 is possible, at least bringing the knight to d4. All in all, black seems to be rather solid here. If black gets knight to d4, then it's just okay. Well, knight e4 was the move of Aleksandra Kostyniuk, so she... Okay, at the moment she attacks... No, not attacking c5, so this bishop g4 is possible actually, as knight c5 runs under this unpleasant check. So, black can play bishop g4, though it's still not clear what to do after h3. That maybe it's not the best idea ever to give away this bishop, as then I'd say, okay, knight f5 seems natural, and then white just can play c3, and again this knight is not superbly placed. And h5 is one of the threats here. With knight take g4 is one of the threats here, and h5. Then the other threats will be revealed. Knight takes c5, and there isn't any check anymore. So knight e4, and still black has to be careful a bit. Black has to be careful. Then once again moving to Zhu Win Jun with Chao Xu. This Catalan position we've seen. Well, no, TC4 wasn't the case actually, because eventually after castle we remember Chao Xu thinking for quite a bit, and she decided she's switching to the other line, bishop e7, in which, to be honest, okay, so it's so-called closed Catalan. The queen c2, c6, exactly what it is, but basically it has to be with the pawn on a7 and then black to move, and I'm pretty much sure a5 is by far not the most popular. So there is b6, there is knight d7, but with pawn being already on a5, black can't really so has much broader, well, the opposite, sorry, so black also almost doesn't have a choice. So bishop f4, actually I'm not sure about this bishop f4, so maybe white had to postpone this. So at least it gives black a clear option what to do. Bishop f4, knight d7, rook d1, and then knight h5. So asking if white is ready to give away this bishop, or white wants this bishop to retreat back to c1 or d2. Actually, white still can play something like bishop c1, b3, bishop b2, trying to get e4 lately. In this case, perhaps black can also consider to go into stonewall setup, and as in this stonewall, this a5 might be just to the point. That might be quite useful. Also, knight h5 doesn't seem to be a loss of a tempo in this case. So perhaps black can hope to get f5, f4 in some stage. So knight h5, anyway, it looks like a normal Catalan, this one. The bishop on e3. I mean, to retreat to e3 doesn't make much of a sense. Bishop d2. Well, in case of bishop d2, at least black just can play back the knight to f6 with that, and just waiting for white to reveal his plans. That looks pretty solid for black anyway. So that's the current situation here. Of course, it's always an option to give away this bishop, but once black didn't define the structure in the center yet, it shouldn't be much of a trouble for him. For instance, knight c3 can be played, but then black's just gonna take, and there is an option to take the pawn on c4 actually. Knight d2 is met with knight b6, and so far black didn't even win the pawn back. Oh, sorry, white didn't win the pawn back, and as the d4 is sort of hanging, so e3 has to be played. So black should be just in time with some counterplay, perhaps f6, e5 even. Black can hope for, but well, maybe that's gonna bring out the most strategically complicated game after knight c3. So definitely a possibility. At the moment it's knight h5 and black to move. So back to Lugno with Stefanova, I guess. So the game on our screen. Queen f6. Well, no news so far from Stefanova with Lugno. Katerina is thinking that this Queen f6 must have been a new move for him. Meanwhile, Humpy produced something. Well, e3, knight b6, then h3 has been played. A bit of a surprise. h3, this way at least white is fighting developing of this bishop, so bishop cannot step to g4, and it turned out after g7, g6, at which I'm actually still not sure. Okay, g6 is called to play the bishop to f5, so after g6 white produced g2, g4, knight g7, then knight is going to e6, so supports h5 or f5 in some cases. Still, it's pretty much complicated. So eventually white's gonna play bishop d3, I suppose. And then, well, all the options look open for black, so black can still castle short. I don't expect this kingside attack to be too dangerous anyway. And then eventually looking for development of this bishop and possibly even c6, c5. Or after bishop d3 there is also a possibility to try h5, rook g1 seems to be the only move. Then h takes, developing the bishop to... Well, I don't like to place this bishop on e6, as knight is fairly restricted then. But yeah, maybe even this one is possible. So it's in this position, okay, let's say both are castling long, and then there is a route for this knight from g7 to e8, and then lately d6, which, well, d6 is known to be one of the best squares for a knight in a castspot structure. So knight g7, and white played castle long at once. So white played castle long at once. But I don't know if it changed anything, so still black can play h5 and challenge this pawn. To take on h5 will just give black some chances to use this weakness on h3, so, well, perhaps still an option, but we don't know if it's good to take on h5. And this rook g1, which is, I mean, one of the most logical moves. Then after exchange on g4, bishop e6. I don't know how to... I mean, I don't see a chance for white to use this temporary misplaced knight on g7. So knight is not the best here, but black's plan is actually quite obvious. Castling short, knight to e8, and then knight d6. If black achieves so, it will be will be just okay for him. So let's move further then. Alexandra Kostyniuk with Ulishanna Kbayeva. Knight h6, knight e4, and knight f5 has been played at once, because I already mentioned that bishop g4 seems to be false in this position, so knight f5 was black's choice. White played c2, c3, and still c5 pawn is hanging. And well, a knight can be driven away with g4, which at the moment looks like not the dream position for black in this line whatsoever. To b6 then, although after c3, b6 there is a chance to develop a bishop to a6, then perhaps this d3 is a little bit weak, so say white's gonna play g4, which is actually not obvious, not an obvious move, but seems to be strong. G4 and h3, the knight is restricted then, but maybe black can deal with this. Actually there is f5, it's not that bad for black in this case. f5, and okay, white looks like white has to take on f6, then ef6, knight is coming to f7. In this case black seems to be okay. So I mean, there is a check on d6 of course, but after king f8 I don't see if white can use this. The black's loss of a castle, right? The next move seems to be knight f7, and it has to be okay. So there is queen b3, but then black has a check and bishop e6. Perhaps black can also postpone this f5 for well, not really, because white is threatening queen d2, so well, then it's not that easy, because it's an interesting remark that if black is playing bishop e6, then c3, c4, which is in many cases it's not a good idea to play it like that, to leave d4 square without a defense, but here c4 seems to be just to the point, restricting also the bishop here on a6. Well, all in all looks better for white after c3. That will be quite unpleasant for Gulistan if she's gonna lose another one, although it's too early to speak about this, of course. Though I have to say our girls are a little bit slow today. So far this Giravis Hotenashvili position looks the most interesting till that moment. At d6, actually this one developed a little bit. Bishop e3, once again have to remind it's Olga Gira versus Bella Hotenashvili, the position, and of course on our screen it's ex-world champion Antonetta Stefanova. So not to mix up. Bishop e3, queen a5, knight d2. White decided, so she doesn't have a chance to progress immediately on the king side, switches the play to the queen side. Actually seems to be a good idea, as well knight is coming to c4 here. Well, black played knight f6, black hadn't much of a choice, but actually, yeah, knight can jump to c4 and even b6, but I don't know if it brings anything, because there are actually, can spot two options, so one of them being queen h5, intending queen's exchange, where, while it seems white's gonna play f3, as I don't believe really in a compensation with queen being off the board. But then, well, actually white could have win the pawn back. Then it changes the story. Okay, knight b6, take on c8 and queen and rook b7. Yeah, that obviously has to be better for white. Now then, from those two options I've mentioned, actually queen h5 doesn't seem to be an option anymore, so queen d8, then yeah, in this case both knight b6, rook b8, or bishop b6, queen d7 makes it a little bit inconvenient for black, but still we are not sure how much. So still black's gonna castle, and then queen e8, knight d7, slowly driving this bishop away, and still black is in possession of an extra pawn. Well, but to my surprise, Bella is playing pretty fast this position, so she must have prepared all the consequences of this as pawn sacrifice acceptance. Well, so knight f6, and Olga Gira is thinking, but to be honest, I don't see any other move apart from knight c4. That is what knight d2 is called for, to play knight c4. So I guess we can have a short break then, as they already seems like girls played all the moves they knew, so it's gonna start with the thinking now, and we might just have a 10 minutes break, in which I hope we won't miss that much. Well, I'm coming back in like 10-15 minutes to cover a second hour of play for you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for a live coverage of 6th round FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent, Women's Grand Prix. Well, since we had a break, the games progressed a little bit further, and well, this time I'd like to start with an encounter of Chinese. So Jun is white against Zhao Xu. So the later one, Zhao Xu, performs a bit better in this tournament so far. She's in tie for second place with +2. For the third, fourth place with +2. The Catalan has been played with bishop b4 check, and that's a situation we've seen last time. So indeed, white retreated to c1, and then b5 was played. So that's a way to justify a7 a5 is to play b5 as well to see some space at queen side, so cb5 and e2 e4. Well, actually, don't know if black has a proper reaction to e4 here, because desire will be to take, but then I just thought, apart from taking on e4, which is of course an option, and then rook b8 and so on. Well, actually maybe black is fine in this particular case, rook b8, bishop b7, but as well white has knight e5, so which is not that easy to understand how to react with black, because well, bishop and definitely not an option to take on e5, because after d5 this knight is going to be trapped quite soon. Also bishop e4 is coming, double attacking rook and the pawn on h7. Well, there is bishop b7 option here, when white can try knight c6. Well, actually I'm not sure what's going on, so knight c6, bishop has to take, queen takes c6, eventually winning back the pawn on e4, yeah. And it might be a bit better for white, although after knight f6, queen b5, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe still the pawn is falling, then it's just okay for white. And of course after knight e5 we have to consider knight f6 back at once, then knight c6, queen e8, and it's a question if white has something decisive here. Well, perhaps knight c3 is already in. Well, maybe not. Knight c3, bishop b7. Yeah, that seems to be okay. Seems to be okay for black. Well, so d e4, queen e4 was played. And, well, I think I've seen this one somewhere, perhaps. That was a game of Vladimir Kramnik, if I'm not mistaken, played like that. So rook b8, so still they are in a theoretical position, although both of them spent roughly half an hour on those opening moves. Well, let's switch meanwhile to a game of Olga Giria with Bella Hotenashvili. So that was the position we seen actually. Yeah, knight f6, and then knight c4 has been played. Actually, we said like the only way to continue seems to be knight c4, and then black found another option, not to retreat to d8 but to c7 instead. White played knight b6 and rook moved to v8, which is of course quite obvious. And there is certain disadvantage of playing queen to c7, and then if black's gonna have a try knight d7, white will have knight d5 with the temple. So I'd say white may consider playing bishop h6 here, intending to play bishop g7, and also as this square is attacked, I mean this f6, so short castle is not f8, so the short castle is not possible. Yeah, knight g4, obviously round on the bishop g7, rook moves in. And then, okay, there is knight d5 as well. Yeah, perhaps knight g4 is not actually an idea. No, it's not so clear though. The knight d5, queen goes back to d8. If bishop is moved, then knight d5 is possible, then f7, f6 eventually. So still it's not clear what's going on. Then I have to say, well, that's the position here, and a time on Olga Giro's clock is 40 minutes, so it's 40 minutes left for her, while Bella just spent 10 minutes from her time. Well, Olga found another way to proceed. Knight d5, knight d5. The black is practically forced to take. The pawn takes. Knight e5 seems to be quite logical move here. And then white has bishop b6, and if okay, then black doesn't have much to do. Queen d7. Well, queen c3 as well is possible to play, but then white has bishop d4, or even bishop a7, driving the rook away, then bishop d4, and bishop of course cannot be taken because of bishop b5. So bishop b6, queen d7, and black has certain inconveniences here, although still black remains with his extra pawn, and white's compensation is, well, been obvious, but it's hard to say if it's enough. Well, actually I'm starting to consider something like f4 here, because white has to act in an with an energy, right? But well, queen f5. Yeah, well, black is not that bad after all. Queen f5, queen c3, black has castle. Still hard to tell if white's compensation is enough for the pawn, but anyway, knight d5 seems to be an interesting option. The moving third, Alexandra Kostyniuk with Kulishan Nakpaeva. We saw it after knight f5, c3. Black came up with queen d5. So the point is of black's queen d5 move is actually that g4 is met with knight h6, where pawn is hanging there, and after h3 there might be some possibilities for black. So c4, I'd say. Yeah, looks just fine, this c4. I thought queen d2 could be an option, but then black takes with the queen, and as he's hanging there, although cd3 is good as well. Yes, g4 is definitely a pre-major. It's a bit too much. So queen e2 and bishop e6. The bishop e6, planning rook d8. Well, now it looks like the time has come for g4. I don't see any tactical tricks anymore, so black has to retreat. And then h2, h3. Oh, well, perhaps c4 might be included actually. And then in case of queen d7, white just gonna capture on c5, and in case of queen d8, then h3, black looks pretty much squeezed here, with all his pieces are being a bit passive. Well, actually queen e3 is the threat as well, trapping the knight, so black is almost forced to react with f6 or f5 here. Well, so looks promising for Kostyniuk, this one. Queen e2, bishop e6. Yeah, with white being to move. Lagno is Stefanova, so that is a development of our game. So queen f6 we saw, then knight a3, knight g7, knight b5, and well, honestly, I don't see much of a trouble for black after say king d8. which is a bit unusual to defend this pawn with the king, but then black is just planning to take on e3 and to play a6, and seems to be pretty solid. But Stefanova found, after knight b5, Stefanova found another way, bishop a5, which keeps it a bit more complicated, because both those knights might be just driven back here, while in the case of b4, seems like black is ready to answer b4 with a6, though it's still not clear. Okay, a6, knight d6 check. Well, just spotted this one. Yeah, that's going to be pretty much unclear. Knight d6, knight d6, king f8, ba5. Yeah, this looks much better for white actually. Bishop d2. Yeah, this looks better for white. I don't know what's gonna happen after b4. It's a question if black can take on f5. Seems he can. Take, and then a6, and that's another story, of course. Then knight d4 is possible. Yeah, so it's pretty much unclear. So bishop a5 is the move of a fighter, so she's ready to take risks, and it's the case with Stefanova. So she's perhaps not playing the most topical opening lines, but she likes to fight right from the start. Well, moving to the game of our leaders, Ampiconero with Harika Dronovali, it still looks a bit quiet, the most positional game out of all those we have today. So it developed in a little bit different way than was predicted. So g4, knight g7 castle with and I was recommending h5 here, but well, actually black can play h5 whenever he wants. So bishop e6, king b1, nice prophylactics here. So it's usually white is doing so. So king b1, rook c1, then castle, and bishop e2, king b8, knight c3 to a4, deciding to change this knight and eventually maybe trying to set up an attack here on black's king side. So what black can do, okay, I don't know if black has to take, or yeah, let's say black's gonna take this one, and after queen a4, because well, white to take the knight actually, because with the knight on c5 it looks, I mean, if white will gonna have a chance, so definitely she's gonna play knight c5, and knight on c5 is a little bit annoying. It won't be that easy to chase it away. So let's assume black's gonna take, and then something like knight e8. Once again heading there to d6. Seems like in case of knight e5, black still has f6. So knight c6 doesn't seem to bring anything. So f6, knight d3, still knight is heading to c5, knight d6, knight c5, so it's going to be something about that. And well, and even bishop c8 is possible eventually, promoting e5, but maybe black doesn't have to care about this bishop so much. Maybe just something with f5 immediately. That might be just a scenario how this game is going to develop. And well, last but not least, Danielian with Nafisa Mominova, and has been said after yesterday's win of a local player, of course. A lot of spectators' attention is driving to this game, as they hope she can, well, progress further, make her result even better. So queen d6, knight bd2, bishop g4, so a bit of a different moves order, but the same setup. And then white went for this little tricky tactical operation, knight c4, using the pin on d file, queen e6 and knight a5. Well, looks like black has to take this knight, which she actually did in the game. So knight a5, ba5, knight e4, and white plays bishop d4. So now it's already clear black has to be careful, as this semi-open b file gives white some chances to pressurize on b7. After bishop d4, yeah, I'm not sure if black had fully equalized here. So still I like, in this position, I like my bishop g4 first better than what happened in the game. The knight e4, bishop d4. Black can't even take on d4 herself, so perhaps bishop f3, and something like rook c8. Black has to play, but still looks a bit better for white, this one. Even white is simply playing something like that, queen d4, and still this b7 pawn is quite weak. And those a5, a3, well, black can't attack really, so rook c voice. So definitely not the idea, this rook c8. Also that's the current situation after bishop d6. Well, yesterday it was a really quite a high amount of decided games, with only one draw being played between Stefanova and Conero, and in all the rest actually white won their games. But it's a little bit tricky because the opening preparation and the advantage of white pieces normally are not that relevant in women's chess, but somehow yesterday it was, perhaps by the law of probability, but white scored quite an impressive score. And well, let's fulfill this full circle and then come back to our first game. This Zhao Xu with Yu Wengyun, knight queen e4, rook b8. So that's Zhao Xu with Yu Wengyun, the Chinese. Actually, I've read one of the sites which are covering the event that both Chinese are fighting for a first place here, which in my opinion is not exactly the case, because Zhao Xu, well, it's already clear she is not at her best, in her top form, and sorry, Yu Wengyun is not in her top form, and Zhao Xu is pretty much okay with being half a point behind the leaders, but Yu Wengyun is only on -1. Well, so what happens here is knight e5, knight f6, queen c2. So the point behind knight e5, of course, white is threatening to play knight c6. That's obvious. And knight e5 is not possible because queen is taking, and both rook on b8 and knight on h5 are hanging. So knight e5, there is an option for black to play bishop b7 when knight is when normally white is playing knight c6, getting pair of bishops, possibly an advantage here. So black played it a different way, knight f6, queen c2, but still black has to do something about this knight c6 coming. So I'd say bishop b7 here. Still white can take, oops, sorry, white can take the bishop. Bishop takes, queen takes, but somehow black has got a couple of tempi here, and maybe black is just okay to, well, just in time to stop d5. But that's crucial actually in this position. white's gonna manage to play d5 without changing everything, but just the pawns there, so just to open up the position to get this symmetrical structure. Then, well, probably white's gonna be better, but well, I'd say after something like b4, it's not that easy to get this d5. But black is planning to play knight b6 next move, so looks pretty much okay for black, this one. I mean, d5 immediately with all the pieces being undeveloped is certainly not an option. So perhaps white has to look for some different way to continue. Maybe just taking on b7, developing the knight. But once again, in this case, I don't see much of a trouble for black. Seems like black already managed to solve the problems. So Bella Hotenashvili with Bella Hotenashvili being black against Olga Kiria, so that is the position we saw. Knight d5 and being mentioned, like it's obvious. Black has to take knight e5, bishop b6, and then queen d7 has been played, and bishop d4. So that current situation, yeah. Queen d7 and bishop e4. Bishop d4. Man, I just wonder what's gonna happen in case of castle short for black, which is obviously a natural move. Yeah, that was actually an option after queen d7 to play bishop a7 as well, to drive this rook back to a8. So it was for up to white to decide where he wants this rook to be. Bishop a7, rook a8, bishop d4, or bishop d4 at once, what actually happened in the game. So I expect black to castle really, and well, I'm not sure what white is planning to do, because well, basically what has to be considered is to take on e5, to move the bishop to e2, and not to move the bishop, but just to progress in some way. I don't know, still f4 comes into my mind, takes, and trying to make use of this strong bishop here, as well as the pressure on e-file. It's a question how it's going to be developed. Although in this one, for some reason, I believe black is just fine. Though it's still complicated. Just a second, castle. Well, I got it. Sorry for not seeing that, but white can capture the pawn, so that's the reason why actually she didn't play bishop a7, so white can capture the pawn on a6. Well, in this case, she obviously going to be better if she's given a chance then to take on e5 and play bishop e5, or okay, maybe she's just threatening bishop e5 at once. But it looks like black can play b5 here, forcing white to take, and then rook f takes c8, and black should be pretty much okay. So black already got rid of well, covered development lag, and well, perhaps black is just fine here, and I don't know if black is not better there. So bishop a6, while being an option after castle, maybe leads nowhere, and white has to look for something else. But anyway, black is ready to come up with b7, b5, then bishop b7. Okay, let's move further. So Kostyniuk with Nokbaiva, and well, it's something quite complicated here. So bishop e6. Well, and bishop e6 turned to be a blunder, I guess, after g4, knight h6. White came up with knight d6 check, and after cd6, c4, the queen is trapped there. just missed this line, and well, it has to be said it's well, it's not really that much clear, I have to say. So black took on f3, queen f3. It's definitely black blundered this one, but because it seems like she had better options, but at the same time it looks like some teeny-weeny compensation for black. So de5, that, oh no, yeah, de5 has been played. So basically what black has got is a couple of light pieces and the pawn for a queen, but in case of taking h6, bishop h6, then as well black has got some positional benefits there. So if white plays queen f6, which seems to be quite logical, then castle, queen takes, but it looks dangerous for white, I have to say. Even something like bishop g4, then, well, looks like compensation, I have to say. The e5, and that's the current situation. The e5 and bishop e3. Well, especially for a practical game, as well, definitely computer's gonna claim white to be better here, but yeah, now I can say, well, I would tell you bishop g4 seems just to the point, attacking the queen, so grabbing this pawn with the tempo. Probably queen g3 is the move, then black has to be careful not to lose the piece, and well, yeah, quite tricky queen g3, by the way. So I don't know if black can do anything about it. Okay, probably retreat the bishop, and still it's not entirely clear. So it's just a grenade. The other possibility would be, okay, actually it's not that easy to defend c5. I said b6, but c6 is hanging, of course. So bishop e3 is the better move then. Well, still bishop g4 seems alright. Queen g3. As well, black is threatening to take h6 and then e5. Yeah, so some practical chances for black. That's not a real compensation, some practical chances, but obviously, well, with an extra queen, if white manages to consolidate, she's gonna be just winning, and Kostyuk's gonna be just winning. d5, yeah, but I'm still not sure if that was a blunder or an interesting queen sacrifice. Well, but if Kulisan is gonna lose another one, it's of course would be quite depressive for her. Katerina Lagnov is Antonetta Stefanova. The bishop a5, and Katerina kept it in a more positional way by just taking e7, queen e7, bishop d3, d7, d6, and, well, castle. This seems to be just okay for black. After all, we got some typical Scotch position where black will just develop his pieces somehow, bishop e6, and eventually gonna meet f4 with f5, and basically that's it. Although still, the whole line was designed for black to try to get d7, d5, but Stefanova didn't manage. Castle. Well, f4 seems to be an option, but I don't know if f5 works for black. Something like f5, queen f3. Well, it becomes a little bit tricky because those pieces might be hanging over e file. Castle f4. Maybe black just has to play a6, I don't know. Well, in this case, on the other hand, in this case, knight is, Knight could be retreated to a3 and then eventual bishop b6 brings black only trouble. So maybe it's a bit more pleasant for white than even. I'm not sure if there is any need to hurry up with f2, f4. Maybe white can play something else. So once again moving further, and a game of our leaders on Piconero with Harika. Knight a4. Black played f7, f6 instead of what we were recommending here. Also, of course, one of the logical possibilities. So it covers e5 square, so knight cannot jump to e5 so easily. And maybe it means, in case of knight c5, black won't retreat to c8, but rather to f7. Well, perhaps bishop c8 still is the most solid option, and then this knight's gonna be played to e6, challenging white's strong knight here on c5. Looks pretty much complicated, and eventually tension is building up. So I was expecting more of a quiet play here. This seems to be, it's going to be still it's going to turn to be exciting later on. Well, then we move into Elina Danielian with Nafisa Mominova. So bishop d4 and rook c8 at once has been played. So just wonder what's going on here. So bishop a7 I expect, then rook a7, and there is still this, well, perhaps on bishop a7 white has intermediate knight c3, then capturing the bishop. Yeah, right, so that's the point of Mominov's play. Knight c3, queen goes, then taking e2 and taking a7, which is still a bit better for white, but maybe it's just enough to carry it. So rook b1. Yeah, still it's a bit unpleasant. It still looks like it's gonna finish in 4 versus 3 eventually. So rook's endgame also. Even this one is not that pleasant to play, of course. Well, so checking for one more time this situation in cross table, and eventually well, let me check a cross table for a little bit. So take the diagram off and let's find out who has the best perspective here. Okay, so Humpy and Harika are leading, but Harika, yeah, both of them are actually playing a nice tournament, and I don't see, yeah, it's hard, I mean it's hard to say who has a better, easier opponents after this game or so it's pretty much depends on direct encounter here. So if one of those two wins, it's basically gonna mean very good chance to win the tournament. And of course, since Conero already won back of Grand Prix, if she wins another one, it's going to be, well, pretty much of a statement for an overall win. Well, let me check what's going on in the other games. Just a second. So, I mean, we're covering it more or less. Oh well, then it becomes interesting in the game of Chinese players. So we got one more move, or even a couple of moves here. The knight f6, queen c2, and black decided to take on e5. Actually, I have to say didn't come into my mind. First, knight d7, so that means black accepts a bit of space advantage for white. I don't know if white can make any use of it. Well, queen. So bishop b7 is definitely a plan for black if white is not reacting in any way. Knight d7. Well, this has to be sort of a way to continue. Bishop b7, then taking this one and just developing the pieces that still looks like a bit of an advantage here for white, but maybe white is something better than this. There's still no move from Bella Hotenashvili with Olga after Gira's bishop d4, so this castle was our analysis line, not the move which had actually been played in the game. So bishop d4 and Bella is thinking, and so far I have to say the most interesting is, for me at least, is this Alexandra Kostyniuk with Kulisonnak Paiva, the most interesting position, because I'm still not sure if white is that much winning. So knight, bishop e3, actually knight g4 was played, bishop c5, and then castle lawn. So still some positional ground to build a sort of compensation on the two bishops. Eventually knight is jumping to d4. So it won't be easy for Alexandra, especially for in a practical game. Don't expect this one to be that easy. Though normally what black is looking for is, of course, exchanges of pieces. So maybe, well, there is a line actually starting with h3. When if knight is retreating, then bishop e7, bishop f6, but there is e5, of course. Sorry, e4. Freeing the square on e5 for the knight. And it becomes tricky one more time. No, h3, so probably white just have to castle. Of course, bishop a7 is not an option. It's a bit of too much once again. e4 is going to be played. So castle, and well, white king seems to be safe here in the moment. And then in case of king b8, so that's probably going to be what white's going to do. So h3, knight h6, then bishop e7 and bishop f6. This looks crucial, this one. Even winning an e5 pawn, so that's on, but that only means king b8 is not the move to play, so perhaps black have to start something else. I don't know, rook d7. Well, has been said it's not really a compensation, but somehow there is still hope for Kulisonnak Paiva to come up with some sort of counterplay. If only black would mention to bring this bishop to long diagonal, I mean this light square bishop, somehow, I don't know, then it will be different, definitely. And of course knight belongs to d4, and well, objectively speaking, it has to be winning for white anyway. Yeah, it has to be winning, but it's only a question if. Yeah, so once again, king b8, h3. Don't know if I should try something like e4 here, but not really. There are some checks, and there are some checks as well. Yeah, so it should be winning unless Alexandra is going to create some problems for herself. So, well, okay, just one more look on all the other games. before we're gonna have another break here, well, castle, that's the game of Lucknow with Katerina Lucknovis and Antonetta Stefanova. The a2, a4 was the last move of Katerina Lucknow. Well, and still it's not that easy to get rid of this knight on b5, so knight on b5 is a little bit annoying, we have to say. And well, as we already discussed, if a6 is played, then knight goes to a3, then eventually after b4 bishop's going to retreat to b6 after swap of a bishop b6, c6. Of course it's a damage to black's structures. Black doesn't like to do so. So well, black can play bishop b6, but then again takes, a takes, and this knight on b5 is pressurizing this pawn and well, cannot be driven away easily. So that, okay, I wouldn't say black is really worse here, but just has to be careful. Perhaps knight a7, I mean, just trying to remove this knight manually, not driving it away, but just carefully exchanging. So actually that seems to be an option, bishop b6, and then if white takes place, knight, well, a b6, then knight a7 is going to be the next move. Okay, so that's the current situation in Lucknow with Stefanova. Then we are shown once again a game of Hampi Conero with Harika Dronovali, with f6 being last black's move, covering e5 square. Now white played knight c5, indeed bishop c8, knight d2, knight e6, and knight db3. So then in case of knight takes c5, I guess white is planning to take with the pawn, not with the knight. And if so, instead of having d5, c5 square, white's gonna have d4 square then for a knight. Or well, knight c5 is an option of course as well, but then knight d7 challenging another knight. Though black may try to play knight d7 at once. So in this case there isn't any dc5 options here. I mean, yeah, first of all cutting this dc5 option and planning to take actually with the knight from d7, the knight will be nicely placed on e6, covering all the squares. So knight db3, and Harika is thinking and moving to the last game of our round, the last game remaining. And well, so that's what is going on. Rook fc8 we've seen. Sorry, that's not the current position. Yeah, rook fc8, and Lina played rook a to b1. So it's somewhat tricky here. Rook a b1. I wonder if black is not losing this pawn by force. I mean, on b7 it's actually quite a question. So, well, let's say there is knight c3, takes. Yeah, but still rook b7, and yeah, looks pretty much scary for black. I mean, it's not about the extra pawn actually, but this bishop turns into disaster for black. So, well, not really participating in the game. Also, so black may start to experience some back rank problems. Well, looks a bit. So looks like black misplayed it a bit. I don't know. Yeah, rook b1, and I would claim white to have an advantage in this position. Then, all in all, looks like more or less the games are defining who has an advantage, and okay, also the opening stage is mostly finished. Our shortest game at that time is actually Lucknow with Stefanova, where only 14 moves been made, but our longest is not much far advanced. So I guess I'm gonna have a break for 10-15 minutes, then coming back to cover third hour of play, which is, we I guess already agreed, which is the most exciting as it gets to a time trouble stage and unexpected turnovers and nice ideas and so on. So stay tuned, and we're coming back in 10-15 minutes. Welcome for a live coverage of FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. It's a sixth round today. We are back to cover third hour of play. Well, and a middle game stage, which is, of course, what is our interest what we are interested in. And well, I'd like to start this time with the game we finished. So before the game we were looking at before the break. That is, I will just a second, just gonna bring you the board of this one. It's Alina Danielian with Nafisa Mominova. So we left them with Alina played rook b1, and our conclusion was actually that white managed to get an advantage here. So that is what followed there. Bishop f3. Nafisa continued with bishop f3, taking on d4, and she played rook c4, attacking the queen. So Alina decided to retreat to b2, because also there was certain threat of knight e2 here, so queen rook c2, queen b2. Then what can we say? To b7 is hanging, and well, it looks unpleasant for black still. So I don't know. Perhaps black has to choose this modest rook b8, at least keeping everything under defense. Though it still looks rather unpleasant for her. Rook fc1 could be a continuation here. The white's position looks much more active here. So queen b2, rook c7. So retreating the queen, the rook at once. Still rook c1 looks interesting option, change a pair of rooks. Though, not quite sure. Just a second, rook c1, well, it doesn't give anything, rook c8. Take, and well, still this pawn is defended. Okay, maybe it's not so much after all. So I just thought it looked like white had to be better. Yeah, maybe that's a nice setup, putting the rook on c7 and then knight eventually may jump to c3. So chasing this rook away from b1 and also keeping d5 defended. Yeah, rook c7. If white's gonna try something like queen b6, changing the queens, then doesn't seem to be much of a trouble for black. Well, okay, maybe pawn takes here, because if rook takes, then black has got this one, or knight d2, rook goes, then knight c4, and eventually black's gonna take on a5, and this has to be just okay for black. So rook c7, perhaps rook c1 is still the move to play here. Yeah, maybe black is not in such a bad shape as I thought. Then back to a game of two Chinese players, Zhu and Zhu, white with Charles Xu. Well, we've seen the position about there when black captured on e5 and played knight f6 to d7, right? The bishop e3 followed actually. Bishop e3, and black played bishop b7. F2, f4. Black took on g2. Queen takes g2. Queen c7. Knight c3. So looks like white managed to keep some pressure here. Eventually, maybe getting her knight to d6. But black as well. I mean, black has got an outpost on d5. If knight is getting there somehow, that should be just okay for black 7. Don't see much of a trouble for black, to be honest. Still, black can play it slowly, like changing the queens, you know, queen b7. All in all, looks solid enough for black. Then, one of the sharpest games here, Olga Kirya with Bella Hotenashvili, and it took both girls lots of time here. Bishop d4, queen a4 is being played, so black decided she has to defend this a6 pawn, where white played queen d2. Still wonder what would happen in case of rook e1, that this seems to be, well, just I'd say more unpleasant for black, because white now is threatening just to win back the pawn. It's bishop e5, rook e5, while bishop still cannot be taken, of course, because of bishop e5. Well, anyway, white played queen d2, castle short, and rook b4, so that was an idea of white's queen d2. Then, if black retreats the queen somewhere, actually what is the point of rook b4 is to step into play over the first rank. So, say if black captures, for example, so that's how it's gonna be continued. Bishop e5, d e5, and queen h6 first, I suppose. Although rook h4 is also possible, but I suppose it's going to be queen h6. Then rook comes to h4, and this looks certainly dangerous for black. So f5, for instance, rook h4, rook f7, and then it's, well, okay, bishop c4. Well, maybe black is still okay, actually. I don't see the decisive continuations of queen c2, d6, e6, and boys, black has got a lot of extra material, and white seem just not have enough power to continue the attack. But that's the point of rook b4, so perhaps it has to be executed a bit differently. But I don't see actually much of an improvement. Okay, take, queen h6, and then f5, the brave one. And then black is obviously threatening e4 just to close the fourth rank completely. Well, there is d6, but doesn't seem to be that dangerous alone if white is playing d6. At least black can retreat her queen to f7 and seems to be safe in this case. The f5, there is something like rook b6, perhaps rook b6 is the way. If white doesn't have anything else, then rook b6 is the way to achieve a draw, possibly. Because rook g6 was a perpetual, is the threat, although still black has rook f6 and we don't know how it's going to finish. So after rook b4, I mean, it's one of the options is actually to take on a2, which is a bit surprising that may just work. So that is what we can consider. And the other one is queen a5 for the moment, stopping this rook's transfer. So if white takes, black just takes back and rook cannot move. So maybe black has a chance to succeed here. Moving through them, Kostyniuk Visnakbayeva, and well, so we've seen Alexandra Kostyniuk winning a queen, trapping the queen on d5. So, and I thought maybe black has some sort of compensation here, but seems it's not true. So bishop f5 was the move of Kulishan. Bishop f5, hoping for rook d3 to complicate matters a bit. Rook fd1, king b8, and then white played h3, knight f6, and queen e3. So now both e5 ups, e5 and a7 are hanging. So black couldn't find anything better than to play b6, bishop b6, queen b6, king c8, queen c6, king b8. So now it's absolutely clear it's white has an advantage, and maybe just a decisive one. It seems rook is calming via c3, for instance, rook c1, rook c3, rook b3. It's not a lot black can do about it. Yeah, rook c1 was just played. Rook c1 was just played. And, well, that's probably is gonna be the first game to finish, and once again to finish in a disappointing way for supporters of Kulishan Lakbayeva, as I don't see much of a chance for black to survive. Well, there is bishop b7 for bishop c8, for instance, rook c3, bishop b7, rook b3, rook d7, and black seems still to be alive. Yeah, maybe there is some chance not to lose it instantly, and then black's going to fight for a little bit longer. Although there are just too many ways. After bishop c8, for example, white can also try queen b6 check. Then in case of bishop b7, there is c5 with a c6 strat. So say knight d5, queen b3, and c6 is a deadly threat here. Well, and as I've read in one of the chess books, I mean, and I find it funny, this quotation, when you sacrifice the queen, well, it's nice, you have an initiative and sometimes even an attack, but what is really missing in this attack is that it's actually a queen. So, I mean, something like knight f4 cannot really work here. It's a couple of checks, but not more for sure. Yeah, so this seems to be the game to finish first then. Well, Katerina Lagnovis, Antoanetta Stefanova, and well, Antoanetta looks like she misplayed it a bit. So That is what happened. Knight e5 in this position. White retreated the bishop to e2. A6, knight d5, knight g6. Then knight b3, bishop b6. White took on b6 and played queen d4. Now it looks obviously better for white, in my opinion. Because this black's pawn structure is thoroughly compromised. b6 and d6 are both weak. It's actually hard to say what black has to do. Well, there is... I've just spotted a tactical possibility. Black can try to play d5, so in this case it seems like pawn cannot be taken. Okay, in case of queen d5 there is bishop e6 winning this knight. Maybe that's the best chance actually for black. e5 is not possible, there is a pin on e-file. But still, have to say it looks better for me. I mean, better for white. To me it looks like that. Rook, I don't know, is that rook e1, but maybe it's... Well, actually, if white captures b6, and then trying to pressurize black's queen side, it might be still better, but in this case there are some knight f4 moves, so it's not exactly that easy, so black may have a hope for some kingside activity. So, well, it's just a question if white had anything better than that, because maybe queen d4 is just not the most precise. But anyway, queen d4 was played. So, I mean, perhaps white could have played something like rook e1. So in this case, if black takes e4, then bishop a6, queen has to move, and then just bishop retreats, or I don't know, queen f5 or queen f4, then bishop b5, and of course, and if we compare the queen side structure, it's obviously white has to be better. So after queen d4, yeah, d5 looks like really a chance case. Otherwise, b6 is simply hanging, and okay, not a lot of ways to defend. I'd say queen c7 is rather passive. So it's a question if Antoaneta will see this d5, and the other question was if it's good, because still it might be something I'm just missing. Yeah, d5 was played, so actually, and I don't know if Katerina missed this d5, but it's unpleasant to, you know, practical game. It's quite unpleasant to see breaks like that all over the world, because you thought like you're controlling this d5 square for a couple of times, and it looks like it's never possible to break, but when it occurs on the board, it must be quite unpleasant to face, and as well might be a point of a turnover in this game. So I wouldn't be surprised if at the moment Katerina is like 14 minutes, roughly 14 minutes on her clock, and while Antoaneta is only 20 minutes left. But it might be a point where white's gonna spend a lot of time not only calculating what to do, but also regretting her previous decisions. And well, and coming to a game of our leaders, so Hampi Conero with Harika Tronafali. Well, I guess we've seen this game, this position, and then knight d7 has been played. I've been given this one in one of my lines, so knight d7, h3, h4, knight d takes c5, d takes c5, so still white is taking with the pawn, and f6, f5 was played. F6, f5. Well, it looks okay for black, but what happens if white is trying to take the pawn? Actually, just trying to understand what's going to happen then, because G takes, queen takes, and though black's supposed to have some combo. Oh well, knight c5, I thought there is a check on f4, and indeed there is, but the knight is defended, so black can play king a8. Yeah, this particular one is probably better for black then. So f5, and well, white faces a tough decision then, because black just wants to play f5, f4. So I wouldn't be surprised if black has already equalized and maybe even dreaming about getting an initiative there. So this f5, f4 is definitely a threat, which is not that easy to stop. So perhaps gf5, gf5, f4 might be an option, but I'm not sure if white can keep all the things together. So it could be something with d4, and then okay, all this white pieces might just start hanging. f5, white took on f5. Okay, we will see later what's gonna happen. Alina Danielian with Nafisa Mominova coming back, so rook c7, rook bd1. Bit of a surprising move. So rook dc8. And was what Mominova played. Well, to be honest, I don't see at the moment. I don't see much for white then, unless white is planning something like queen b6. Don't see much of an active plans here. Rook d4, of course, is an option, but don't see how to increase this pressure. Rook d4 and queen b4 perhaps. Yeah, but it's better for black in this position. It's hard to get to those a5, a3 pawns, because normally they are a little bit weak, but ac8. Well, h3 and h6 has been included, so now no more back rank threats. But h3 also supports white's bishop g4, so white can some point can play bishop g4, provoke f5, and then just retreat with the bishop and try to prove that this f7, f5 will be a weakness. So we shall see how it's going to develop. Well, I just wonder how long it's going to take Alexandra Kostyniuk to finish her game against Gulisanna Nakbaeva, because it seems really tough for black to defend. So bishop c8 indeed was played, and then queen b5 was the move of Alexandra Kostyniuk. So I've been recommending queen b6, but queen b5 is just as good, it seems so. So I don't know, black has to play king c7 probably, but still it looks terrible. Though I have to say, if black's gonna manage to, I don't know how, but if black's gonna manage to run with her king to king side, then it still might be a bit of a chance. So I mean, for example, in this case, queen e5, king d7, and hoping to, I don't know, to play rook e8 to hide the king somewhere on g8. Well, still, it's almost unlikely. So queen b5 and what to do. Yeah, looks like this game is going to finish soon. Queen b5, bishop b7 was played. While Alexandra plays c4, c5, which is, of course, what's the main threat in this position. c5 followed by c6. And black almost running out of decent options, and c6 is just a deadly threat, and I don't see how to face it in a proper way. So, for the first time in this tournament, we can speak about, well, disaster in the opening, because really Gulisan just played something here, and after 13th knight d6 it looks like it was already pretty much over the game. Yes, I guess it won't last for long. After c5 I don't see the proper reaction for black. Well, coming back to Olga Kiria with Bella Hotenashvili, a couple of moves being played here. So queen a5, bishop c3 was the move of Olga Kiria. Bishop c3, and I'll be surprised that, okay, I don't see why is that, but black didn't take d5 pawn, but instead played queen c5. Rook h4 was the move of Bella Hotenashvili. Oh, sorry, of Olga Kiria once again. So, well, white's intentions are clear to play queen h6. Don't know if black can defend against that, as well, f6 seems to be almost losing. Queen h6, rook f7, then white's gonna take e5, eventually taking g6 as well. Perhaps f5 is better than f6 once again. So we've already seen this method of defense. f5 in case of queen h6, rook f7. In this particular position, looks just safe. Well, did bishop d4, then black can't take this pawn probably. Yeah, black cannot take this pawn. Well, bishop e5 is met with queen e5, but what are you gonna do against direct bishop c4? So then if knight takes, white has queen g6. Although king f8 here, no, it's not enough. I guess it's not enough still, so that's too much of material advantage for Bella Hotenashvili. Actually, if Bella wins this one, it's still gonna mean like she's pursued in the leading group. Still, there wouldn't be any draws for her, and that's exactly what she's been doing in her first leg, which went quite successful for her, because she had started with 50%, I guess, in Geneva, the first leg of a Grand Prix of this cycle, which she eventually won. She started with 50% after, I guess, losing a couple of games as well. But then she, well, performed a fantastic streak of 4 or 5 wins in a row, something like that. So if she wins this one, that might be, well, really a sign of her good form eventually. So f7, f5 was actually played. 7 f5 was played, and yeah, it's well, it's a question if white has, well, if black has something here. So there is bishop b4. White has to, white has to demonstrate. Sorry, so all the time confusing this. So bishop b4 seems to be just not to the point. So of course black cannot take because of bishop c4, but black doesn't have to. So might just remove the queen to c7, which seems to be just okay. f4, the bishop is going to be taken, and in case of queen h6 there is rook f7, an adequate response to this one. And noticing the fact that it's 15 minutes left for Olga Kiria, it won't be that easy. It won't be that easy for her to prove. Well, rook e1, so I like this move. Rook e1 is nice. So instead of going into any concrete variations, white just sets another piece into play. Still, black has to find the reactions, and now the knight is attacked, and well, it's a question what's gonna happen on knight d3, for example. Well, it definitely looks scary for black, but is there any concrete refutation? while rook h7 comes into my mind. Yeah, perhaps rook h7 is just winning. Rook h7 is perhaps just winning, because in case of, yeah, there is a threat of rook g7, queen h6, and all black moves have to be forced. I mean, in this case, rook e7 just mates, king g8, rook g7. So knight d3 is not possible. Then queen d5. For one more time, we have to say, well, it's met with bishop c4, and well, and sacrificing the queen is not the case in this position. As okay, it looks like everything wins. Rook e7 wins, and queen d5 is probably the easiest one. So after rook e1, black has to be a bit careful here, because actually white street might be not bishop e5 but rook e5 instead, winning then another tempo and getting closer to the black's king with all the pieces remaining. So queen c7 supporting e5 square here. Yeah, this one is nice, yeah. But still there might be something. Well, I'd say yeah, no, it's not clear. I thought some combinations here, but seemingly doesn't work. Yeah, queen c7, and white has to find a way to add more power into attack. Well, it's always some f4 possibility, after which white is obviously white obviously has some attacking prospects, but maybe it's just not enough. Okay, we shall see in the next couple of moves. So the next couple of moves, I'd say, it's very much going to define this position. Meanwhile, Kostyuk with Nakbayeva is still not over, but it's already clear it wouldn't last for long. So c5, rook d5 was played, so that's why actually I would prefer to place the queen on b6 initially, but anyway, rook d5, queen b3, king c8, white played c6, bishop a8, queen a4, king c7, and then, okay, queen a7, and okay, that seems to be quite an easy way to win. Queen a7, and then just taking f7 pawn, and everything is falling apart. Actually, that was played. That was just played. Queen f7. No, it's all over then. It's all over, and Alexandra Kostyuk improves her performance, while Kulisan Nakbayeva remains on the last spot in this tournament. So I believe there isn't any chance anymore for black, and just we may expect resignation in a couple of moves here. Well, moving further, Katerina Lagnovis, Antonetta Stefanova. The d5 was played, and white played. White has played bishop d3. Well, actually, there is it is a move. So bishop d3. So in case of taking there on e4, bishop e4, or even, yeah, bishop e4 seems okay, or even queen e4, because even after queen's exchange, this pawn structure is pretty bad for black. It won't be that easy to keep those pawns. So instead of de4, black decided to go for a counterplay with knight f4 here, and white simply took the pawn on d5. So what black can do here is to apply queen g5, and then g3 is forced. Black can capture the pawn on d5, but I'm not sure if it's enough to get an equality. The knight d5, for instance. White has some options there. f4, or even simply putting the bishop to defend the king. Bishop e4, then eventually bishop g2 seems somewhat better for white. So not quite sure if it equalizes completely. So are there any other options for Stefanova? Well, knight d5 doesn't work at all. Knight d5 is answered with queen d5, bishop e6, and well, actually numerous possibility. Queen e4 is probably the best, just attacking. Well, queen g5 was played, of course, an obvious move. Queen g5, then... Well, actually, I've just thought bishop e4, but then knight e2. No, g3 is forced. White just has to accept the fact that he has to play g3. Then black has to take d5, if I'm not mistaken, because knight d3, queen d3, I don't see much of a compensation here. Rook e1, knight is coming, so that's the most important. The knight is coming to d4. So after g3, black's supposed to take on d5. Well, white remains quite solid then. And Stefanova's... Well, there is on Stefano's clock there is 10 minutes for 20 more remaining moves. Might be a chance it will... I mean, she will never come out of time trouble here. Humpy Conero with Harika Dronovali coming back here to this position. Actually I guessed it right. Gf5, gf5, and f4 being played. d4, knight d4, and black decided to take with the queen on c5. So, simplifying the position a bit. I guess white's gonna take. Okay, white can also take on e6. Then takes, bishop takes, and then in case of change, all the rooks are changed, then it might be a bit more pleasant. But still, I mean, it's only one weakness then for black, this pawn on f5. So even this one is not much of a trouble. I mean, if white manages to change all the rooks, the rooks being on the board, it's pretty much complicated. But looks just fine for black, and Humpy has, well, roughly 12 minutes left for another 15 moves to make. Although it's after eventual queen's exchange, once again that's the current position. After eventual queen's exchange, it's not that much complicated anymore. It seems to be just okay. And well, just for a second, the last one, Danielian with Mominova. h3, h6, queen b6 was the move of Elina. And black played rook c5. That means black is ready to change this b7 pawn on a5. Perhaps black can play rook b5, an intermediate move, just to drive the queen a bit off. Queen a7, and then take on a5. Eventually, if black manages to eliminate this pawn on a3, then it's gonna be much less danger for black. Even 4 versus 3 is not exactly winning. The rook c5 is probably a nice attempt to create some active counterplay. So don't expect any surprises in Kostyuk with Kyria. So where is it? Just for a second. Oh well, it's almost finished. I have to say rook g8, c7, bishop b7, c8, queen, bishop takes, and rook c7, and there isn't any. So black cannot defend against queen e7 coming, so the game is over, and actually we're gonna have our press conference quite soon. So Alexandra Kostyuk won her game against Gulishan Nakbaeva. It's the first game to finish today. I'll just briefly check a game of two Chinese players. Zhou Wenjun with Zhao Xu. They made really few moves here. Rook fc8. That was the position we left. Rook fc8, rook ac1, quite tempting. Bishop c5, then white just took on c5, played queen f2. Well, I'm not quite sure if bishop c5 is the best idea for black in this position, but maybe there wasn't anything else. The black took on f2, king f2, knight c5, king e3, and the resulting in game seems of course to be better for white, as well as minimum white's king is participating in the action, and as well those far advanced pawns might be weak. So what white is looking for, to keep the knights on the board and perhaps to get rid of a pair of rooks, and then try to play a bit this rook with rook knight versus rook knight come endgame. h5 was the last move of black. Yeah, and white has to find a way to keep knights here and to provoke one of those pawns to move, just to have more squares here. Well, and okay, let's check if Olga Gira found the way to continue against Balazs Hatenashvili. Tough defense, because, well, yeah, it's hard to imagine white succeeding. So white played queen h6, rook f7, and then white is thinking, okay, we have to have a break, as we're gonna have a first press conference of today. Alexandra Kostyniuk just won her game against Kulishan Nakbaeva.
Welcome to our first today's press conference with Alexandra Kostyniuk and Gulishan Nakbaeva. Alexandra won this game. Please, your comments.
Well, actually, I was a victim in the European Championship. I lost this line with black, also very fast I lost it, and so I decided to repeat it. It's not so, I mean, black has to be precise, because for the moment the knight is out of play. I played even worse in the game. I left my knight on h6 and then lost it. So, but I mean, I'm not sure about my move queen e2 and the whole sequences c3 and queen e2. I just saw this idea that happened in the game, but after queen e2, black could have just castled, I think. And then, I mean, I need to decide what I'm going to do, because if I play g4 and h3, then f5, yeah, and I was not sure about it. Also, I have possibility to play c4, but then, I mean, the knight will go to d4. Also, I was thinking about playing h4 here, but also it's not so clear. My king is still in the center. I mean, the position is very unclear here. So, after bishop e6, I mean, the queen is trapped. I even was not sure that I need to take it. I was not sure about the initiatives that black will get, because I even can play, I think, h3, and the same, I have this idea of knight d6 and c4. If black, I mean, go away with the queen, then I take the pawn, but I was not so sure about this line. I don't know. Well, at the end I decided that the two pieces should not be enough for the queen, and I went and I want the queen. Again, it's just knight on h6. The problem is I have time to win this pawn on c5. I don't think that e4 works at some point. I can take with the queen or with the pawn. I didn't think it's working, but so again, I was thinking about rook d7 here, but rook d8, and then I would. No, I wanted to play h3. Because d4 and you take.
Queen is going before. No, it's
Should be fine.
first h3, yes.
And knight f6. So the idea I saw that to try to transfer the knight to f4, but I even can play bishop e3 at some point, I thought. I don't know, here I can play e4. Or I'm not sure if d4 works here. Probably just not enough compensation, I don't know. I mean, maybe black could have played better and posed more questions to me, because I mean, in the game it was just too easy. Here, for example, at first I was planning to play bishop e7 because I saw that this very nice line that I liked a lot, and then bishop g7. But then I thought that black will just play knight h5, sacrificing the rook, and I mean, it should be, I think, winning, but who knows? I mean, my king is bad, knight f4, and I don't know, so I didn't really like it too much. So, but this position just should be winning in many ways, because the most important thing, well, as I understand, when you have, when you don't have a queen, is the safety of your king, and here the king is too exposed. I mean, and my pawns, I'm sure that there are millions of ways to win, but I chose the one that was enough. So basically, I think bishop e6 was a mistake. I don't think that black has enough compensation for the queen after bishop e6, and after castling it's not so clear. The position was very unclear actually, because I need to do something as white. I need to choose where to go, as to castle short side or long side. So just the whole game is ahead.
What about you, Ruskan? You sacrificed this queen?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to sacrifice. Just I blundered, and I saw this knight d6 is not going because I can take with knight. But I forget you can first play g4, and it's going. So that's why I had to sacrifice.
Okay. So maybe next time you will make a victim somebody with this line. Use it.
But I have seen that castle is so it's okay, yeah? Because after a5, g4, and h3, f5, it's unclear position.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
why
thought
I'm not
after
sure considered the idea to play c4 with this threat.
If rook is moved, then okay, then g4 and this f5 will be the day.
Mm-hmm.
If bishop is c4, well, g4, c4.
Yeah, maybe. But still, I had to demonstrate it. Maybe it's not so obvious. Well, I can try to play f6 or something like this. Because still my king is in the center. I mean, I always can take and castle and play this position. Probably it's better also for white a little bit. I don't know. You really need to analyze it. It's not so clear. I mean, you cannot really tell immediately because it's a very complex position and it's very complicated and it's really, you need to think and to calculate because it's all about tempi. I mean, who will be first. So some homework to do. I have.
Thank you.
Welcome back for live coverage. So we already had the first press conference of today, so let's follow the other games. Well, and I'd like to start for the game once again with the game we just finished. Before the press conference, so Belda Hotenashvili as black against Olga Giria, so that's position we left the girls, and only one move been played so far. Bishop c4. Bishop c4. Nice attacking move. So now, of course, the threat is obvious. Bishop takes e5 followed by d6. Then if black captures the bishop, then queen g6 gonna follow. Of course, queen cannot be captured because of rook h8 mate, so king f8 is the only move. And then black is in danger, so takes rook h7, which I'm not sure actually if it's the only move, but seems to be quite dangerous. Rook takes, queen h7, knight e5 seems to be the only move, not to leave the king under a fire of all black pieces, all white pieces. And then, okay, as minimum white has a perpetual here, but he just might have more with, well, no, bishop d2 actually is one of the options, and bring in the bishop, or rook e3. Oh, what happens in case of rook e3, by the way? Rook e3, rook g3. Yeah, so it's a bit dangerous for black then. So bishop c4, and don't know how to proceed. The black has to do something about it. So there is a queen sacrifice, queen c4, but then again, okay, first of all, white can accept this sacrifice, and still not easy if black is perfectly safe. There will be something like h4, h5. Yeah, maybe black is just not in time to defend the king. And well, as well, there is bishop e5 here. There is bishop e5, and then if queen retreats, it leads to the same, queen g6. Yeah, so it's a pretty tough question if black has an adequate response to this bishop c4. So, well, moving to Katerina Lagnovis, Antoanetta Stefanova. Well, Stefanova really faces unpleasant task to defend. So knight, queen g5, g3, knight takes d5. That is what happened in this game. Then h4, queen d8. So black decided to retreat to d8. Rook fd1, bishop e6, bishop c4, knight f6, and it's already clear white has got the better prospects. So white took on e6 and played, but actually queen e3 seems to win the pawn here, but white played queen d6 instead, which possibly just leads to the same as queen c8. White can capture queen b6, and then it's going to be an extra pawn for him. So looks like no, he's looking for another win with white pieces. Also, knight b6 is not the only move after queen c8, so there is a possibility to try to improve knight's position, but honestly I don't see why not to take this. Well, actually queen b6 might be something with e5, and black's gonna try a desperate counter-attack with queen g4, knight, queen h4, knight, queen h3, knight g4. So but okay, knight c5, let's say, and then in case of queen h3, white is able to change queens. So queen b6 looks just sufficient. Hampi Conero with Harika Dronovali. Well, that's a lot of moves actually being made here. So knight e6 was played, as has been predicted. Queen c2, king c2, bishop e6. Then white tried to change rook and change a pair of rooks on d8. Rook g1. Black went for king c7. Bishop d3, rook d7, rook g5, rook f7, king c3, c5, and rook h5. So that's a current situation here. Although white is a little bit more active with her pieces, but black seems to be pretty solid. Don't see much of a trouble for black. Well, there is an idea actually. So in case of king d6, white's gonna play rook h6, and then well, almost every possible move, like let's say king d7, since it with rook takes, king takes, bishop c4, going to a pawn endgame with such an active king, it has to be winning for white. So this is a sort of a trap after rook h5, but I guess Harika, who has 18 minutes left, will see this trap and won't follow into it. So there is king d6, rook h6. Okay, actually there is rook g7, and don't see much of a trouble for black. Once again, rook g7 eventually coming to the king, coming to e7 with the king in case of rook f6, king e7. Although there is e4. Ah, well, then it's not that easy. e4, and if white's gonna get e5, it's of course unpleasant for black. So it's not exactly over. Rook h5, and well, black has certain difficulties. Rook h5, b6 was the move of Harika Dronovali. They're not getting under the pin on 6th rank, and now rook h6 is answered to his bishop d7. So b6, and that's a current position in the game of our leaders. And then it must be a triple time pressure in Alina Danielian with Nafisa Mominova, as they're moving pretty fast here. The rook c5, so white took b7, rook b5, queen h7 has been said, rook a5, bishop g4, also the idea we mentioned, just to force this f pawn to move. Then bishop h5, knight f6 back, bishop f3. Black finally eliminates the last remaining pawn here, rook a3, so no more danger on the queen side. But after rook d1, black has to find a way to defend g7, because rook b7 is coming unavoidably. Well, it still shouldn't be that bad for black, even if she defends passively. King h8, rook b7, rook g8, intending to play queen e5, change this pair of rooks. So I'd say black is doing fine still. Okay, we shall see actually, because the other rook may come into action. Rook c1, queen a5, rook e7 intermediate, and then in case of queen b2, rook c7, and now it's already 3 pieces over the 7th rank. But still, black can defend with knight e4. Also, not only defend but counter-attack, because f2 is attacked. So in this case, it might be black who is better actually. But after all, in this position after rook b1, black has an extra pawn, so it's not clear what's going on. And well, and coming back to the game of Chinese players. Zhu Wenjun with Zhao Xu. So we saw h5 and b2, b3 was the move from Zhu Wenjun. King f8, so h5 was just a little bit to fix the structure there, to stop white from getting too much space on the king side as well. king f8, knight e2, so knight is regrouped to greener postures to d4, knight a6, knight d4 and knight c7, so black knight is arriving to d5, so king d3, rook b7, then I wouldn't call it well, the most convenient setup for black, but black definitely wants to move the rook to p8 and then to d8 and to d7, and white has to do something about it. Well, still looks like white is better there, but the question is just how much. f5 was the move from Ju and June. So then she's planning to bring her knight to d6 in case of taking there on f5. Yeah, it's actually quite tricky. So ef5, I suppose white's gonna play knight f5, but then there is this check, king e4. Yeah, still unpleasant. Okay, rook d1, knight e6, but this knight on d6 will be really quite a strong piece here. So white can play rook d5, for example, intending knight d6. So black task is far from being easy here. And of course, if black doesn't react, then there is a certain threat of taking e6, and then just taking e6 twice, right, as the knight is pinned on over the c file. So coming back to Bella Motenashvili with Olga Kiria. So bishop c4 was answered with f4. Then in case of rook, so f4 somehow. So force rank is closed then, and white has to defend the bishop, so rook e4, but well, it looks like a bit, those pieces look like a bit disorganized, and also b7, b5 followed in. Don't know really if white has a proper reaction to this one, because black simply seems to be winning here. All of a sudden white's gonna face some back rank trouble. So I'd say rook f4, then bc4, and okay, rook b1 is the threat, though perhaps white can still continue with h3, because some threats are still on. Some threats are still on, so it's not over, but also taking into account that it's only some seconds left on Olga Giria's clock. It must be pretty tough for him. b5, so instead of rook f4, white took on e5, and to my surprise d5 has followed. I don't know why it has to be d5, because bc4 seemed to be practically winning here. Okay, so die, because after queen g6, king f8, so too many pieces hanging, as well as rook b1 is hanging. So, well, it's check then, and bishop f4. Not really. Bishop f4, it's rook f4 with mate on a back rank to follow. So perhaps bishop c3 is the only move, and then check is answered with bishop e1. Yeah, maybe that's why. So bishop e5. Black proceed with d e5. So I suppose d6 would be answered with queen takes c4. It looks like, yeah, rook c4, bc4, and then there is a threat, mating threat, and then ed6 with too many pawns. Well, it's going to be a rook, bishop, and 2 pawns, and no attack whatsoever, so that would have been good for black. But bishop p3 now, white has a time to to retreat the bishop here. Well, although I'm still not sure what's gonna happen in case of queen d6. Blocking this d5 pawn safely, then bishop is coming to f5 on the next move. Yeah, still it looks pretty bad for white. The queen d6 was actually played, and still Gira is like seconds left here. Okay, let's move further. Latnov is Stefanova and Stefanova. Both of them are short on time, with Stefanova having only 3 minutes left. So knight d4 was played. Knight g4 and f3. Well, it's a question what to do for black then, because okay, eventually if black's gonna lose this pawn and queen is gonna be exchanged, that's definitely gonna be no compensation for black. So what black can try is something like e5 here, once again discovering the route for the queen. Well, knight e6. Well, perhaps knight e6, then rook f3, and there must be something for white in this position. Although I'm not sure actually. Okay, there is queen e7. Don't know if there isn't something with queen e7 threatening rook d8. Yeah, but rook f7 seems to be adequate response, so I'm really not sure. Anyway, e5 was played. e5 was played. White has a chance to defend f3 with the check. Knight e6, but then she has to face knight e3, and it's still absolutely not clear. Or it is, I'm not sure, because there is queen e5, threatening mate, threatening rook on f8. Yeah, it must be once again the crucial moment if white finds something concrete. Okay, I don't see what to do after queen d5. So king h8 basically, and knight e6. The knight is hanging, rook is hanging, and okay, knight f6 is hardly sufficient. Queen e5, rook e8, rook e6. I don't know how to increase the pressure on this pin. Also, white has already one extra pawn. Nice, is superbly placed, and the other rook is coming to e1 or g1. So Lagno seems to be winning as well. So let's move once again to Hampikonero with Harika Tronavali. Well, they're playing quite fast actually, although the position is not that complicated. So a3, bishop d7, retreating the bishop to avoid any pins here on 6th rank. Bishop c4, rook g7, rook g5. Harika decided she don't want to change rooks, so rook e7, king d2, king d6, bishop d3, and rook f7. So still, it's obviously white who is trying to prove an advantage, but I'm not sure if white can do so. So there is... Okay, bishop c4, but black even can play bishop e6, because I thought on rook e7, for example. Oh well, was it like that already? Yeah, that was the position. So I just thought maybe white can play bishop g8, creating a threat of rook h5, but still bishop e6 is probably a response. Yeah, because rook endgame doesn't seem to leave any hope. Rook f7, bishop c4. Maybe Humpy just want to repeat moves a couple of times, because they are advanced as third as move 38, so only 2 moves for white to complete the time control requirements, and then it's going to be additional half an hour, so white can think if she wants to play this game for any longer, or just is happy with or white is just happy with the draw. Well, Lina Danilian with Nafisa Mominova once again, and well, yes, so that was the position where I recommended King H8 and Rook G8 to defend G7 square, and to my surprise I have to say that Black implemented a different decision. Rook C3, Rook B7 followed in knight E8, and of course this knight E8 is not the move normally you want to play, because after Rook E7, okay, then this knight retreat is not very pleasant. Well, there is Rook C7, so Nafisa actually is trying to solve all her problems in a tactical way. Rook C7, well, not bad actually. But I'm not quite sure if she's not losing anything here. That is, well, it's quite tricky by the way. So there is Bishop D5, Queen D5, Rook E8 for instance, but Black just can play King F7, and it looks like Black is winning. Yeah, the Bishop D5 is definitely not an option. It's still possible to take E6 and D5, but for some reason I don't think White's going to be satisfied with that. White played it in a bit different way actually. So Rook 3 C7, and White took on C7 instead. Knight takes C7, only move. Well, not the only one once again. So actually Rook C7 perhaps could have been even better. But okay, so Rook E6, Knight E6, Bishop D5, and White's gonna win the pawn soon. Well, quite an unpleasant position for Black, I have to say. So King F7 seems to be the only move, and at least Bishop B7 wins the pawn, but it might be something even stronger than that. Rook A1 for example, and well, Rook A1 is less clear because Black has Rook C5, and okay, White will have to take on E6 in order to win the pawn, so probably Bishop B7 is the most precise here. It will be 4 versus 3 with Bishop Rook versus Knight Rook, so some chances for White, well, definitely a good chances to win this. So back to Chinese girls, because they're also at a sort of a time trouble stage. They're progressing quite quickly. F5, Black played Rook E8, defending E6, unpinning the knight. King E4, of course White keeps trying to build up a pressure. EF5, Knight F5. So here I'm not quite sure what happens in case of F6 by the way. Oh well, Knight D6 leads nowhere. Huh? So I mean, this line, 6, if Knight D6, then Black's gonna take with the check. Let's say King F3 and Rook A7, and well, it's not clear if there is something, but there might be. Knight C8, Rook B7 and Rook D7, and a lot of possible pins here. It looks quite dangerous. Knight F5. What actually Black did was Rook EB8. A bit unexpected, but you have to avoid this. 4 on D6, Rook D7, Knight E8. Black keeps defending precisely. Rook takes, Rook takes, Rook C8. Okay, the only move. Rook C7, otherwise White is just taking on E8. Rook C7, Rook B8, and Black has played F6. Knight D6. Ah well, Rook E7, and after Rook E8, Black just resigned because this pawn endgame is definitely winning for white. I mean, because of white's king being just so active. So that's is one of the ways. I'd say that's be one of the ways to win this pawn endgame. Then eventually creating a passed pawn on h file and side passed pawn which wins. Meanwhile, the other game is finished and Olga Giria lost her game against Bella Hotenashvili. Yeah, after queen d6 it's all seems to be bad, so she played a g2, g3, and normally it's a signal that something went wrong for white. So bishop f5, rook e2, a6, a5, g takes, a4, ba4, bishop a2, rook b2, and that was an end of this game. And, well, which was a horror for Giria because she also had a very less time on the clock. So, well, so 3 games are finished at the moment. Then we expect for our next press conferences to come. Meanwhile, let's check the other girls who are still playing. Well, Lagnova Stefanova. Well, after e5, queen d5, king goes there, knight e6, black played rook f6, knight. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm not in time to restore this game. As in a few minutes we're gonna have a press conference of Olga Giria and Bella Hotenashvili, followed by another press conference. So I have to switch to press conference then, and we are coming back in, after all the press conferences are finished.
Press conference with Olga Giria from Russia and Bella Hotenashvili from Georgia, who just won her game. Ola, maybe you can start.
Okay. G6 was a surprise for me. And I decided just to take this pawn and to play because I saw something like this some years ago.
Why there is accumulation? Actually, what has it communicated here?
Yes, white has good compensation. Here I think you should play castle. I suppose. Castle, bishop a6 and something.
b5.
White is better.
I think it's a pretty cool. I didn't saw this plan queen d2 and after before.
Yes, I think after this white is winning, but I didn't see how.
I think you should play here.
I thought that you will play queen e8. Queen e2, yes.
Yeah, there's a bishop e2, e4. C1, bishop c3. Bishop queen c7.
Yes,
I think yes.
queen h6.
No, without playing queen a5, because the bishop is
Huh?
just to take the pawn.
Or not?
Queen a2.
It's a bit strange.
Bishop e5.
Yeah,
I was thinking bishop e4 just.
you mean positionally and then rook a1. Yeah. Because bishop e5, d5, I don't see it.
Bishop e5, d5, and then.
Queen h6.
Mhm. Queen h6.
F5, rook h4, rook f7, e6, e6. Very fast. Okay, bishop b4 is but still there are some plays. For example, bishop b6, knight c4. Maybe computer will defend with black.
Yeah, maybe we will check.
Then it's a question is which move to start, maybe h4.
Mm-hmm.
h4 still f5, let's say. Bishop c4. And then b6, d7.
Mhm.
Yeah, this one is
I thought maybe
it's not enough.
something like this. I didn't consider that move. Okay. You can eat it? Because so yes. Or rook h. Oh. Queen h6 is good. Queen h6 is. Okay, here.
Quite good, but here. Bishop
Yes.
play
Bishop c4 is. I thought queen a5 here.
Queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
Play for
Rook is hanging. Oh,
c3 here.
c3 and then
Then
maybe
take
knight d3.
d5.
Take on
Take on
take on d5. Yes.
because it's not clear if it's not clear. Or you take f4 with black is just take d3 or king f3.
Oh, yeah. After queen g6. I don't know.
Queen g6 is knight, but it's complicated. It's down, it's not house.
Yes. Maybe not rook e1.
Maybe not in h6. Rook e1 is nice. It's
Yeah,
not
that's-
playing, but b4, let's say play it here, rook e1.
Bishop d4.
Ah.
Rook f7.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big compensation. I don't know how much.
I did not like the position.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you should take here.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Maybe knight c4.
Knight c4, queen d4.
Bishop b5. Take knight c4.
Queen d4 and d4.
Bishop take.
Mm-hmm. Bishop g5.
Yeah, but
Yes, it's drawn.
this one is drawn. Maybe
So the next press conference with Chinese players who had a derby today, and Julian John won against Jiao Xiu Chen, and it seemed like from the beginning you had some problems.
You ask me?
Yes.
Okay, I think the beginning, the opening, yeah, maybe I got some mistakes, but it's almost equal, I think.
But then it was a time travel decisive.
No, that is middle game. I think I got the wrong judgment to change the queen. Maybe I have to play b4, something, another exchange. Maybe it's better for the rook ending. Maybe it's easy for draw. Okay, I don't know. I think maybe change the queen. Maybe it's equal position, but maybe no.
So you mean
Yeah, here is the important position. Before, I think is necessary.
Yes, before this takes.
Okay, this is
And
yes.
maybe. Okay, here. Like this one. Like this.
Okay, I mean this question is more chance to draw for black. I think it's a normally draw because
Yeah,
it's
looks like you can be.
you can
Almost every rook ending has to be.
yeah. So I saw b3, not b take, say pawn, but I think it's
B3? B3 I thought A4.
okay
was
a4, but you can take
Take and check.
queen e3, king okay, then no rook c3, okay. Okay, that's yes. So it's possible. Before I saw the move, but I think maybe change the queen also equal.
Yes.
Maybe it's a wrong judgment. I didn't saw knight e2 with the c line, maybe dangerous for me. So that's
Here,
everything.
here is possible to play King f7 directly, and also this one. Maybe a4 is also possible. I'm not sure about it because if b4, knight e6, and
Okay, let's do what better.
this. Oh no, this one is missing. Maybe it's more fun than this. Okay.
Yeah, I think the position not good for black.
stage of a 6 round of Women's Grand Prix here in Tashkent. So, well, so 3 games are over and 3 are still on, and we're going to start with game of Katerina Lagnovis, Antonetta Stefanova. I have to say, the 3 remaining games, they already passed the time control stage, so they're about the 40, so it won't be, the positions won't change with such a kaleidoscopic speed. Well, so that was a position in Lagnovis Stefanova game some moves ago when we actually had the Blackborough press conference. So knight h6, sorry, rook f6, knight g5, knight h6, and this is where Katerina Lagnova won the pawn. Knight f7, change on f7, rook d3, queen f8, and, well, surprisingly, White decided to play rook e1, although maybe it's just okay. So rook e1, but I thought it would be nice to keep queens on the board. So in this way, White is still winning the pawn. Oh, sorry, I forgot to bring the diagram there. So that was the position. That was the position. Lagnovis Stefanova, queen f8. White is winning the pawn this way. Rook e6, h5, and then surprisingly rook e7. So I don't know what that has to mean. Rook e6, h5, rook e7. What was wrong with just capturing the pawn on b6? Can anyone tell me? Okay. So, well, a bit of a surprise, I have to say, because rook e7 was played, rook d8, rook b7. Is it? Hope it's not a mistake in the transmission, because now after rook d1 it seems just okay. Well, perhaps it was some. No, maybe it was some mistake in the transmission, because now, I mean, I can justify, I can see like not playing rook e6 and then rook e7. So there must have been something wrong with the transmission there. Anyway, if this one is an actual position, then of course, after a couple of checks, Black restores the balance here, material balance, and don't see Black having any trouble here. Though it's still something with a5, b5, and rook b6. Maybe it's still not over. Yeah. But it's a little bit weird anyway to see rook e6 and rook e7 here. Okay, Hampi Conero with Harika Tronavali. Well, Hampi with Harika, they transferred into rook ending. Bishop c4, bishop e6. So that is what we saw. King c3. Black took on c4. King c6, and I don't see this endgame rook ending to be better for White whatsoever. But White keeps trying. Rook f7, king e2, rook f7, so silent draw for after king d3. There was a chance for Black to repeat the position. King f3, White plays, and Black continued with king d6. Well, although king b5 would be as well enough, I suppose. I suppose king b5 would be enough pawn to play. Although there is a certain plan of pushing the pawn h6, h5, then h6. Yeah, so it's not that clear. King d6 was the move of Harika Tronavali, bringing king to e7, and as been said, I don't see much of a trouble for Black. And the last game remaining is Nafisa Muminova as Black against Lina Danielian. Well, I have to say it's a bit surprising what Alina did, because we've seen this position and I thought bishop g2 would be, bishop b7 would be an interesting try, but instead Alina played rook a1. Also the plan which was mentioned in our comments, and possibly she just missed rook c5, where attacking the bishop and then black will defend her pawn with a6, a5, so white has to take rook a6. Well, it's 4 versus 3, but I don't see much of a chance. King h2, black played h5, king g3, rook c2, king f3, rook b2, so black is just happy with keeping waiting here. So they passed the time trouble stage, rook a4, king f6 of course. So once black got a chance to escape this, to activate the king, of course he has to do so. g4 was played, hg4, hg4 and g6. So I don't see white winning this one. Rook a6 check. Well, I suppose. Well, actually, it's not that clear what to do here, right? King g5, then takes. Well, this has to be okay, of course. Yeah, then on king g3, black has f4. You can't lose this one. Yeah, so, well, so Nafisa had a tough defense, but now I expect everything to finish in a draw. So king g5, and don't see much of an ideas for white. So let's check if it's true. Stefanov is luck. No, well, Gios just continuing to surprise me, to be honest. Because after, well, so I have to switch to this one. Yeah, rook d8, rook b7, and well, and Stefanova played rook d6 actually, which is fairly surprising. Perhaps it doesn't change much though, and still white has to play king f2 probably. Well, it's quite tricky what's going on. Rook d6, still I'm not sure if this one was losing. Check, and taking b2. a5, b5. Oh well, b5 is not the only move as well. Because, oh well, not quite sure. Maybe b5 has to be played. Well, I mean, in case of rook b6, then black has rook g2, and here I'm not sure if white is in time to win, because black has her own counter, her own passed pawn, her own counter chances. Check, king c5 possibly. Then, well, probably black has to eliminate the c3 pawn, but still it has to be enough for a draw, I suppose. Well, not clear really, maybe, because white, on the other hand, white is pretty much close to the promotion square. Anyway, rook d6 was played by Stefanova. She's pawned down, but it's not clear if white can keep this pawn. Okay, let's check what happens in case of b4, for example. Because this b pawn is very important, of course, to keep those pawns connected. And in case of, for instance, in case of rook d3, rook b6, well, this should be easily winning for white. As it's not even about the number of pawns, but those pawns, those connected pawns, being very close. So they're running quite fast. So perhaps this b4 is the way to proceed then. Rook d6, Katerina is thinking, and have to say the whole rate of play for sure is going to be slowed down for quite some time, because, well, they got an additional minute, and of course it's time to think. So, well, switching to Humpy with Harika. King d6, rook h5, and well, if we think a bit about this position, still I'm not sure if there is any chance for white. Especially this last rook h5, I don't know what to go for. Okay, probably white's going to play e4. Then, well, let's imagine black just moves the pawns here. So b5, for instance, e4, then takes, and check on e7. Then it's a question how to make progress with white, because while rook e5 have certain difficulties to evaluate this one, of course, but shouldn't be lost for black, because actually it's black who eventually is gonna have side passed pawn, so it shouldn't be lost for black. So I don't think it's an option for white. On king f5, activating the king, supporting the pawn. So black has another check here. So rook f7. If king is driven away, then black can continue with something like a5 here. Also trying to get her own passed pawn. So actually b5 was the move which was just played here in this game. So b5. Yeah, all in all, I don't see Humpy to have any advantage here. So, or it must be something really clever. So I don't see really. So rook. If white gives a check, then of course king d5 is going to be the move. Once again, king becomes very active, and it's not clear who is better than rook h6 is. Actually, would be a bad move here. b5. And well, wondering if white just can stand still. I mean, because rook g5, for example. Well, a5 is just moving another pawn further, then possibly a4, b4. Well, actually, it's black who has a plan to improve your position. So e4 is maybe just needed here. 4 takes, then check. Well, king f3 is probably the safest option, and well, both kings are a bit passive, so probably it's just okay for both sides, and has to be still a draw. Well, Nafisa Mominova just played the move we recommended after this check on a6. So king g5, king g3. So this way white trumps f4. Oh, well, king g3 is actually keeps it on the tension, so it's not over yet. fg4 and rook a4. So black's gonna win this pawn back on g4. Still, it will be 2 versus 1. King h5. King h5. At the same time, white has certain difficulties defending f2, so maybe it's not that easy to get the pawn back after all. King h5. So now if rook g4, what looks like rook f2 is possible. Yeah, rook f2 is possible then, and okay, no chance. Yeah, so it looks like Elena missed her chance when she transferred to a rook endgame. So there's rook endgame 4 versus 3. Actually, it's known to be tricky for some reason, but to be honest, I've rarely seen stronger side winning this 4 versus 3. Rook a3 and king h5. Then the nice move actually. Then well, it's not a lot you can do with white, really. So if white's gain a check, well, perhaps white can give a check. Then in case of g5, there is at least a certain plan. No, not really. Once again, because, well, if white is moving the rook here, black just keeps standing still. Check, king g6, rook h2, king f5, and it's still impossible for white to win this pawn back. So the king h5, expect this game just to finish in a draw. Well, all of them seem to be a bit paused, so, well, and what we have is, oh well, it's funny, we have 3 rook endgames left, but Lagnos looks with the most chances to succeed. So Lagnos with Stefanova, still no move from Katerina Lagnos, where we declared b4 to be one of the options, because b4, well, normally Black shouldn't give her own pawn so easily, so probably rook c6 is a better try instead of well, rook c6 maybe just leads to well, okay, king f2 for instance, rook c3, rook b6, and then a5. It seems to be, well, decent chance to escape here. So b a5 for instance, rook c4, and white's gonna get rook, black's gonna get rook behind the pawn, although I'm not quite sure if it's enough. So rook b5, g6, well, and g6 is, maybe it's just bad, because white have actually a lot of options here. White can play rook b7 winning, yeah, rook a7, then putting the pawn on a6, and with the king cut there on the last rank, it's definitely winning position as well. White can, after rook a4, after g6, white can also play rook g5, which seems to win as well. So keeping everything together, after king g7, say king e3, and then king is just coming here, chasing the rook away, then a pawn is moved, and it's, once again, it has to be winning. So what happened after the rook d6? Obviously p4 would be a nice idea, but white played king f2, trying to convince black to go for the same line after rook d2 check, and black replied with a5, and now it becomes a bit trickier, because still white has an extra pawn, but at least black is not losing by force. Can you hope for some counterplay and come out with the king? So there are still possibilities for black to try to escape. Meanwhile, Konero with Harika. So after b5, white eventually went for the only remaining idea to play for a win, which we already mentioned, e4. Well, looks logical to capture for black, fe4, king e4, and then this, yeah, actually that was just played, fe4, ef4, king e4, and then I suppose rook e7, the move I mentioned. Well, I guess it will be played here, but of course black needs to calculate all the what's going on after rook e5, so let us try to do the same, king e6, but now honestly I don't see any trouble for black here, because black really has a counterplay, c4, a5, and so on. First of all, maybe white is to play h5, that's an interesting option, trying to advance this pawn as far as possible. Black can play c4, king d4, and perhaps h6. So I'm still not sure who's winning here, if any. So king c5 doesn't seem to be likely. Takes, king f5, king g5, and who's faster? b4 takes, b5, king g4, a4. h5. Looks like queens are coming at the same time. Yeah, king g5, b4, a4, b5, h5, a5, h4, b6. Yeah, that means white is winning actually. Oh no, it's not h4, it's king h4, h4, b6. Yeah, that means white is winning. Well, I don't know how we... It's still far away from reality, as at the moment we have this position, e4, fe4, king e4, rook e7, rook e5. Ah, well, rook e5 is not played yet. Well, but that's definitely the line which Conero is playing for, because otherwise it's hard to imagine black losing this position. So I mean, in case of king f5 check, king, don't know where it goes. Ah, well, it's never happened actually, because white played king d3. That might be as well the point when it's gonna finish, because after rook f7 we have another chance to achieve repetition here. With king e4, rook e7, but maybe it's once again just an intention to repeat it once before to get additional minutes and then to think if there is a chance. Well, and Alina Danielian desperately trying to win back this pawn on g4 and still cannot. There are a lot of moves there. To fg4, rook a4, king h5, rook a5. Okay, g5 was still acceptable, I guess, but okay, black played king h6, rook a1, king g5 one more time, rook h1, rook b4, which was even not needed, but black played it, rook d1 and rook b2. So I guess after a couple of tries, Alina is going to accept the fact she didn't manage to win. Still, this draw will mean for her not the last place anymore, as Kulisan Nakbaeva lost his game, but she lost her game. But of course, when you're facing one of outsiders, that would be, of course, desirable for Alina to win, but never happened. So it looks like actually Nafisa is pretty confident. If we look on well, now we are shown Indian players, so leaders of the tournament, and as I said, it might as well be just a repetition in this game. Humpy thinking after rook f7. The king e4 is the only logical move. Well, f5 is actually possible, I just discovered. f5 is possible, but yeah, it might be tricky, because king e5, f6 would be perhaps better for white. The king f6, rook c1, particularly this one, would be better for white, but after f5 black can play rook f6, and I guess it's just immediately a draw, because black is threatening to play f6 to cage white's rook on h5. So white is sort of forced to take h7, then rook takes f5, and well, we already can say it's a draw. Okay, rook a7, rook h5, and it's just a total annihilation of all the pawns remaining. Well, king e4 was played for one more time. Black played rook e7 check. So after king d3, rook f7, we might have just another result of this round, another a repetition, another press conference afterwards, and the first draw for today, because 3 games and it's actually a percentage of decided games in this particular leg of Grand Prix is just fantastic, because we had 1 round without any draw. Then we had no, Humpy is not yet happy with the draw. She plays King F3. She plays King F3, but it's still hard to say what is the point in White's playing after A7, A5. A5 doesn't seem to be really scary for Black. The Black is now trying to get her own past pawn, A5, and then A4 is if Black is given a chance. Well, perhaps also putting the rook behind one of the pawns. So I wouldn't say Conero is really playing with fire, but I don't really believe that White is any better after King F3. Well, we can check if anything happening. Lagno with Stefanova. Well, not yet. Still, White is thinking what to do after A5. Well, there are some more moves actually. Guess so. So once again. Oh yeah, the A5, B4 was the move of Katerina Lagno. Rook C6, BA5, BA5, Rook B5, G6. Well, and I guess well, and that's maybe where maybe the moment which White's gonna regret pretty much. The Rook A5 and King G7 was the move of Stefanova, because I suppose Lagno counted Rook C3, and then after Rook A7 she's gonna turn to the same line we already mentioned, but King G7, so this pawn is not running anywhere. Pawn on C3 is going to be lost. And then it becomes a bit trickier for White, because White doesn't have this option of Rook A7 anymore. Probably White has to stick to this setup with Rook G5. Okay, Rook takes C3, A5, Rook A3. Still it looks pretty tough, but at least there might be some chance. Okay, not a lot of chance I have to say. So King is just marching. And well, Black doesn't seem to have any counterplay. So that's really a bad sign for Black. Yeah, Black doesn't seem to have counterplay actually. That is what happened to Rook G5. Well, Black has to take A5, and then okay, the White Rook in this situation is superbly placed on G5, warning both G3 and A5, and also pressing there on G6 and cutting the king as well on the 5th rank. So quite a multi-functional piece, this one. Rook on G5. So 3 rook endgames, but of absolutely different kind. Well, I won't be mistaken if I'm gonna say Lagno is practically winning. Then Elina is okay, stubborn enough to try. Daniela and with Muminova, I mean, Elina is stubborn enough to try it again and again, but I don't see any way to make progress, to be honest. So what happened here was Rook D5, then Rook D4, King H5, and Rook E4. Then just okay, but looks like White can never take on G4. I don't know if it's a big plan to put the Rook on E file. What's the point in it? Perhaps White is hoping to try to move Rook to E8 and to run with E pawn, but still don't see White succeeding in this operation. yes, basically, so we have one which is practically winning, like Novi Stefanova. I don't see much of a chance. Then this particular one is obviously a draw, unless something out of this world happens. Then nothing happens so far. Rook c2. And the third one, which is actually a game of our leaders, Hampi Konero with Harika Dronavali. Still it looks like a draw, but still it's well, some more moves to play. It's not draw straight away, with black having a kingside majority and white in reward as a passed pawn on f-file. So here there is a fair chance we still can see a decisive result. Well, but it's all developed so slowly, so I'm asking for a break for some 10 minutes then, and coming back if it's okay. Coming back in 10 minutes, and I hope it's gonna be a little bit more exciting then. Meanwhile, well, enjoy the music. Welcome back for a live coverage of the 6th round. So, as been said already before the break, we still have 3 games in progress, and all 3 are rook endgames in fact, but the only game we expect something interesting, well, is the game of the leaders, Hampi Conero with Harika Dronavani, because the other 2 are more or less clear. Katerina Lagno is practically winning against Antoaneta Stefanova. At least I don't really see much of a chance for Stefanova to save the game. And well, and Alina Lilan is still not happy with the draw against Nafisa Mominova, and she continues to play on a dead draw position. I think I can safely say so. So, well, so we mostly gonna concentrate on a game of our leaders. So I'll just bring you the board of this game. A5, so that's what we saw before the break. And well, and Conero played F4, F5. So I'm still not sure if that was needed to do so, but Harika responded with King E5. So then White is practically forced to play F6, King F6, Rook takes C5, and Rook E5. So obviously pawn endgame is, well, shouldn't be worse for Black, that's for sure. Then Rook C6 checks, King G7, Rook A4, Rook A6, A4, Rook B6, and Rook H5. White plays King G4. Well, I don't know, maybe it's still some chance for White. So if White manages to put the pawn on H6, so it's going to be defended with the Rook. The Rook C5 probably. Well, and then H5 has to be answered with H6, and don't see much of a chance. Because it's always going to be some contemplation, and then Rook is superbly placed here on C5, not only defending, but as well attacking White's pawn. So in case of a check, White can, now Black can as well just play King H7. No, there isn't any chance for Conero, so I think it's going to be over quite soon. The Rook H5, so that's the current position. And still, okay, actually, it's not what Black has to do, but Black might take the pawn as well if White is not playing King G4. Yeah, really, it's hard to say. Okay, there is this Rook P7 check where, but possibly every move is possible. Perhaps King G6 would be the worst out of possible moves, because after King G4, at least White can get what he wants to get at H5. Then Black simply can't take the pawn on H5. Black has to move to H6. Then it's check, check. And still I'm not sure if it's enough to win, but at least it will be a huge achievement for White, of course. So what was played is actually King G4, Rook C5, King F3, Rook H4, and this one, surprisingly, this one is finished first out of those 3 remaining games. So it's a draw. They just repeated position 3 times. And in a couple of minutes we're gonna have another press conference here of our leaders, who actually might be called by Katerina Lagno if she wins against Antoaneta Stefanova. So let's check this game then. So A5, Rook C6 was actually played. And maybe that's a better way to handle the position. At least the king is free now. So king. Well, it's not exactly like that. So g6, rook a5, king g7, white played king e2. Thought it was rook c3, rook g5, king f7, a5, rook c6. The black is running with the king to stop the pawn, but it looks hopeless, to be honest. So king e7, king d4, king d7, then rook d5 check. So of course black cannot afford any pawn endgames, so king d7 was the move. Then white's gonna play rook c5. When rook is moved, king is gonna be put to c4, and slowly but surely then once again rook returns to g5. King is going to b5. Well, white is winning, what can we do? Yeah, king e7, rook c5, that's what happened. And well, and we have to have a break, as we going to see a press conference of our leaders, Hampi Conero, who drew his game being white against Harika Dronavali.
d6 and like c. I'm not sure what this ending is. I have to put pawn on h6. At some point e4 break will come, but I think this is a better try than what I played.
Yeah, maybe.
My bishop.
But I'm not sure about the king and pawn ending. We need to calculate everything.
Yeah, like even I'm not sure. But the ending we played, I think my bishop was too bad after rook h5.
So I guess this was clearly better for white, because this f5 hits on both of in white squares and it's on red. So this position, I think instead of a3 I have to play a4.
No, I was thinking of bishop c4 actually.
I think bishop c4 was much better.
Yeah.
Bishop c4.
And this was. I'm not happy with this position at all. Maybe king d5.
Yes.
Should be losing.
Bishop c4.
understood that I got some chances.
Took care K7.
King D5. Rook E6? It's
Ah, yeah. Yeah, probably I missed here. Okay. This is the.
but okay, I think we can just check this. Sorry. Okay, you have to play BD3, I guess. In this position. It's not clear for me what's happening. At some point, I think you have to try to get E4, Fe4, king into E4, something like this.
Yeah, I think it should be okay for black.
Yeah, at least better than what I played. Okay, this is. After this, it was more or less forced for me to play all these moves, and okay, here bishop c4 was just. That's the reason I went back with bishop and. Okay, here bishop e6. Now rook is not on h5, so I was. And even here, I think she could have gone back with the bishop one more and then again slowly do the same progress of rook h5 and king c3, and like I can't do anything, I can't improve in this position, at least it looks so. Like again try to get bishop c4 or even rook h5, h6 and then bishop c4, something like this. Okay, when king c3, I think this is already, I'm happy with this position. I feel this should be good.
Yeah, they should be.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, it's one of the first place was. Good luck.
Another draw today was happened between Elina Danilyan and Nafisa Muminova. It seems like Black were defending very well. Did you have any chance?
I don't know. I have to check. I had less time, so I couldn't find the best solution. There was one chance for me when I could play bishop b7 instead of rook a1. Just take on a pawn on a6 and play that endgame rook bishop, and I'm just pawn up. So there's a lot of chances. So I missed that chance, and then okay, it was just draw.
Yeah, actually, after the opening, I got the position without any problems, and I think somewhere I had some chance to play for win, I think, because maybe I captured the pawn on a3. It was a mistake. Because after when I capture on a3, then rook b1 and white go into counterplay, so my king is.
No, but with pawns on a3 and a6, you can't do better. You know, 6 is always weak. You know.
I don't know.
Because I can play, I can change one rook, and then it will be okay. It will be not so easy to defend because your king is also open. So
yeah, after maybe h6 also, maybe instead of h6, maybe g6 was better because
yes, of course g6 was better. With no doubt, so g6 because you have to play against my bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, the position was quite complicated, so it's difficult to say.
But somewhere you could capture queen b7. You didn't.
Oh. Where queen b7?
Oh, sorry, not queen b7. Rook b1.
G6 should play. Okay.
Rook c8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen b6. Rook d1. Yes. G6.
Here g6 is better.
Yeah, g6 of course is much better. Okay, then I will just double with d5. Okay, it's just with counter chances position.
And here I was calculating this one. Maybe queen e6.
No, it's draw. You just take.
Yeah, it's true. But after
I got
this position.
And what is the idea?
Just capture the pawn.
Maybe rook d7 is better.
Rook d7.
I just don't understand what's wrong if I take.
a5.
Take on d7.
Or okay, or yeah, take.
Take on d7.
And then?
And
Rook a7. e7.
rook e7.
e7.
And rook e6.
Rook d1. Or rook b1. No, b1 is better.
Rook b1.
No, but maybe better not to take on i3. Can
Okay,
you go back a little bit? Okay, I saw that in the game, but
rook a5 and rook g5.
yeah, okay. Because I can, yeah, take rook d6.
This.
And what if I play rook c2? Or rook f5, for example. No, rook c2 is better, rook f5 doesn't work.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, rook b5, or not possible. Or rook f5 also possible. Rook f5. Rook d5.
If capture.
I can take. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And what if rook d1, rook f5 if I take? If I play rook f5?
Rook d7.
Rook g5 now? No, rook g5.
So maybe rook a7. Or rook b6.
Okay, if I keep rook c6.
Then rook d4.
without rook c6. Check and rook f2.
G3 is better. Maybe
When?
G3 is better.
Instead of no, I don't play rook c6. I don't play rook c6.
Just keep
yes.
checking.
I just give check and rook c2.
Okay. Queen b7. I'm not sure about rook
No,
b5.
I think it's a good idea because then everything is just hanging.
And here knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
I think knight f6 is okay.
Okay, bishop f3.
Bishop f3. Then I'm not sure about rook a3. Just maybe rook c5.
Okay, rook b1 anyway.
Rook b1, then rook c7.
Queen d4.
Then it goes back.
Rook b6. Rook b7. Or wait a moment. Maybe I can play rook b1.
Yes.
What if I play rook b7 now?
Rook c7. This one. Maybe this one is equal, right?
I don't know. Take. Okay, it's just complicated position. Rook b6 is possible to play now. Take queen e5. Okay. Queen e5 now.
Queen e5? Queen f6. Oh, queen f6 kind of.
Should be better for white.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe g6.
Okay.
Or queen d7.
So with queen d7 you want to be better.
No.
Okay,
But not
this
worse.
position is with chances for white, not for black. Okay, it can be draw, it can be losing, it can be winning, but okay, in a total, white is better. Okay, of course you should take on a3. Yes, you just get rid of these pawns. Yes, and here I also was thinking about can we go back a little bit instead of no rook b7. Yes, here I was thinking about queen d4 also. Was such a possibility for me.
It's just knight f6.
Yes, you have to play knight f6. Yes, and then what I wanted to play something like queen f4.
No, sorry. Sorry, I go here.
Queen g3 not possible. Queen g3.
Yeah, we just go. Or g5.
g5.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay. What if like h4?
h4, g4.
Bishop d1.
Then maybe knight e4 or knight h5. Knight h5 is better.
Knight h5. Okay, if it works then it's good. But can queen f4 instead of no, g4 play. Queen f4 here.
Facing knight h5 or bishop d5. Just knight h5 and
Try take rook c1.
Knight h5.
And queen d4.
Here.
g7 is protected. Okay. Strange position. I have to take. Okay, I can't take on d5. Okay, that was one of the ideas to play like that.
Here after rook e7, okay, bishop queen d6.
No, rook d7.
If rook d7, there will be now rook c7, I think. Right.
No, then I just take on d6.
Rather complicated.
Yes, it's really complicated, so it's difficult to analyze like this.
We need
Yes.
to analyze like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Against Antonetta Stefanova to join the leaders. Please your comments, Katerina.
Well, it was very original opening. I mean, well, here usually black plays g6, as I know, but Antonetta wanted to try something new. I think f6. Well, it looks interesting, but I think I was better all the game, and maybe knight e3, maybe I can start with bishop takes and knight b5 here, because I didn't expect bishop a5. It was just somehow, I don't know if it's good or not, but I didn't expect at all. So maybe I should have started with this. So with some better position for white. So knight b5. Okay, it looks interesting. I have to take. I think it doesn't work before because play a6. Yes.
Well, I'm not sure that it doesn't work. Maybe just knight d6 check and.
Yes, I also thought, but
some interesting position. I'm not sure.
I wasn't sure because I don't have castle also. So take.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I should take on e4 or on a5. I don't know.
Yes, but I think it's a complicated position. Maybe we can play some. No. Really, but I thought it's unclear for both sides. I'm not sure I'm better here because if you play here, just don't take with the queen. Yes, of course I have some compensation, but if black's castle, I don't know.
So I would just play bishop e2, castle, and okay.
Yes, but you will play b5 and a.
Yeah, but that's why I think I should not take with queen on a5. Just take with knight and somehow try to play quickly b5, maybe. Bishop b7, knight c4.
So that's why I played bishop d3 just to avoid the complications. d6, castle. Okay, a4. I don't know. Looks. Here a6, knight d4.
No,
I could play b4, but
no, I think first of all, knight a5 maybe is just wrong, because after knight a5, I don't know what happens if you just take knight takes a7, for example.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
No,
I
because,
didn't consider it
yeah.
at all.
I also considered that after I played 95, but I think it's just pawn up.
Maybe.
Because okay, next move is 95 back, and so what? I mean, no, I somehow start blundering with every move
But-
something.
You cannot. If you take c5 is in b4, yes?
Yeah,
Just and then a5 is.
and there is no b6 because of b4, so
Maybe.
it's just, I don't know.
Well,
And
let's
after
forget about this pawn.
Yes, 95 is.
Yeah,
Is it that bad for black? Black just doing most rook e8. What's the big plan?
I think there is no problem for black if I don't play this 95. I don't.
Before, then bishop b6.
No, but why should I play b4? No, I will wait. When you move here, I will play something like that.
Okay.
No, but even I can go
play
back bishop
b6
b6.
myself.
Yeah.
Yes, you will. One day you will play bishop b6, and I will take, and you will take with the pawn a,
Yeah.
and
Then
you
I
will have
annoy your
always.
knight with knight a7 and black. So that's the trick.
Yeah,
That is what I saw.
yeah, it looks
Yes, but-
not big problems for black. I thought.
Still white is.
Slightly
somewhat
better, I
but-
think.
mean,
I'm
not-
slightly better,
Overall, I don't
but I don't know. Maybe
No, but
nothing. Maybe I can play one c4, knight c3, just to.
Maybe, yeah, but okay, there is not so much material
Yes.
anymore, so it should not be some big problems for black, I think. And here, how I played, okay, now I played some other very bad move. This knight g6 is unbelievable.
You forgot about knight b3 because I thought
Yeah.
it's your point. You
No.
wanted to play for this.
It was
No?
not my point because, okay, it looks very ugly. Although
It
I
looks
got some
ugly, yes.
compensation, I think queen d4 is just very wrong.
Yes, I could play rook e1 or something. No.
I don't know, some even, I don't
takes.
know, whatever you want, but not
Yes,
queen
but
d4.
somehow I have to protect this pawn. So I just. No, I don't know how. Yes, maybe rook e1. That was I thought of after I have played already. Queen e4 takes and just take a6, and still this and going back on f1 and just better. Yes, queen d4, d5, bishop d3.
Also,
But I
instead of
didn't see
d5, I
how
was
you
thinking
can
even to play
apply
queen
this.
g5 instead of this, because I was not sure what you should do.
I should not get mated on somehow.
Yes, this is one good idea.
Maybe d3.
G3, but then there is some difference. Knight f4 and you know, somehow, no, I wanted to play g3, maybe just bishop g4 or something, but no, then
But I can f4, can play f4 now.
f4 maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
it
maybe,
looked
okay,
very,
d5
very
looks
logical.
normal.
Something here, maybe just, but
Yeah, it looks like it was okay. Knight b4,
Yeah, all this maybe. it
but
was okay.
what's next?
and then why not take with the queen? It's worse, but you have still have chance.
Take with the queen, yeah, maybe. No, but I somehow didn't think that it's so bad if I take with the knight. Otherwise, I was looking at
Yes,
this.
maybe I have to take just takes and going something for the end game. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm.
No, maybe
Not to
bishop
move the
e6.
knight.
Yeah.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, because bishop e6, knight d4. Maybe I don't know. Should be better for white. No, slightly. I don't know if it's enough to win or not, but
c4 is kind
this b7 pawn is somehow weak. No, but okay, let's go how we played. Knight d5, h4, queen d8. Okay.
If I play f4, you play queen h4. Yes.
Probably. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, h4 looks good. Rook
There
f d1.
isn't queen h5.
Huh?
Sorry,
After h4, there isn't queen h5.
I think there is, but
there is, but
Maybe there is no pawn.
rook e1, yeah, and somehow.
somehow rook e5. No, I thought it's the only move. No. Okay, if I go
Okay,
here,
only move, I'm not sure, but
no, but
yeah, okay, so rook
you will
fd1.
lose your pawn.
Yeah. Rook fd1, and all this was more or less forced, I think, no?
I have bishop g4.
Where?
Just now.
But I have
queen and b4.
Queen before, yeah. No, the point with rook ad1 was bishop h3, yeah.
Yes.
That's why, yeah. But that's why rook fd1, and now I have to play bishop e6, and
Okay, get this position, which even this maybe should be holdable for black, but just
You think so?
maybe, yeah,
I
because
was not sure at
somehow
all.
I also have some active ideas with knight
Yes,
g4, knight
but
a4.
if I prevent your...
Okay, but
I
you
know.
try to take my pawns and prevent
What
everything.
happens if white just takes c5?
On
No,
b6?
knight
On b6?
On b6, then
Those,
knight
knight
g4, I
g4
think.
and knight e5. Maybe it was still nothing. No, here already, and just rook e2. But check e5. I didn't want to give some compensation.
Yeah, but e5 I've seen the idea, but you have knight c5 and then somehow queen d6.
But e5,
But it's knight takes
knight
h4,
h4, queen
queen
g4,
g4 check.
well, with time trouble.
Yeah.
I was not sure it's a good idea, so
No.
this. Well,
Okay,
f3,
f3
I'm not sure.
I didn't consider it at all, but if you don't play f3, probably
It's
you
nothing
have nothing,
here,
yeah?
yes, just...
take, rook takes f2, and then,
And I didn't see anything
then
here.
I think it's, yeah, should be something,
Should be drawn, yes?
yeah.
Maybe rook d7, g6, just maybe
G6,
g6.
Rook f7 as well.
Rook
Yeah,
f7, rook
also
d1.
f7.
Well, and rook d8 is threatening, so I'm
Yeah.
not.
You don't even have an next number.
Knight g5. No, but it's...
What if
Okay.
rook d4?
Sorry? Where?
Rook d4,
Here?
Rook e2,
Rook e2.
knight c7,
rook c8,
Knight d5.
knight d5.
But
Okay,
you don't
d7.
threat.
Okay,
you
but
don't
d6 is fine.
But there
But-
rook d4 instead of rook d7.
Yeah, immediately.
And d4, and
Yeah,
what is...
d4, that's what I said.
And what is the difference?
Rook e2, knight c7,
rook c8,
Only
yeah,
move.
knight d5.
Well, maybe,
knight,
no, somewhere.
or h5, I don't know.
Maybe h5, yes? Just-
Maybe just h5, yeah.
sorry.
I was thinking also
By
knight
the way.
h2.
Actually, this is up to
Actually, yeah. No, but maybe even knight h2, I don't know.
Yes, I
Yeah,
think
h5
black is not
Okay.
worse here, just some not clear at all. So f3, yes, I think you have
And-
to play e5.
Yeah, after, yeah. Somewhere
e6.
here I start.
You cannot play here, I will just show just takes. So rook f6. Here? Yes.
Okay, there is rook f6 or something, but even knight takes g7.
But rook f6, rook d8.
Yeah.
Oh no, rook f6.
Rook f6,
knight
knight
g5.
g5, and here I'm not
Okay.
sure.
You,
Yeah, here.
Queen
for
e4
knight e5 you have to
and g4.
g4, h6, but well, maybe I can just take
Just take on
something.
e5, yes? Yeah.
And knight e4 is coming, so
Yeah.
so knight h6. Here I'm not sure, but maybe but
Maybe first queen e4 and then take on
yes,
e5.
but then you have a check.
According to Robert, the strongest move is rook d3.
Rook d3. Yes, I thought
Because
maybe
it's
I
not a
have.
complex position, maybe you don't have to take
Yes, because then
Yeah.
after knight f7 somehow it already not so.
3 and maybe even rook d1 makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, of course I should have taken. So I take. I'm here with this tray already, and just I think you have to take it.
Well, I don't know. Okay,
But
I
we
don't
started
know
to
if-
blunder here, so just takes. Well, somehow okay, rook e6. Well, still, but here just
But okay, you can just take, no?
yes, I should have taken. Just
But then I
just
don't know. You scared me with this rook e7. I said, okay,
I
what's going
scared
on?
myself with this because I forgot that now you can move your rook and and I don't have mate anymore. So
No,
just
just
I was
on rook e7, just rook f3, yeah, and it's probably draw.
yeah, because rook comes. Yes, I think so. King g2 and then here yes.
Yeah. Then you take rook d2 check, king f3 or king h3, I don't know, and a5 b5. And
But
now you
maybe-
cannot protect this.
I cannot protect. Yes, just should be drawn.
Yeah.
And c4 I cannot play c4 check.
Check, yeah.
And rook b4.
And if
Maybe
the
I
king is
can,
on
maybe I
h3?
can try, no?
Huh?
Maybe I can try something.
How?
Rook a2 even. King on h3?
Yeah, maybe then you have c4. But then
But
still
you
rook a2,
rook
yeah?
a2. c5, rook a5, c6. No,
Huh?
you are not on time.
I'm not on time for what?
No, but it's still a draw, yes.
What's in the game? Wasn't it the best choice for the black not to defend on b6?
How you play here b5, hit?
No, but then king would be on e3 and then I cannot attack on c3.
Yes, somehow it's not the same.
Okay, it's not the same, but maybe it still was the best chance. Check.
I don't know. I was just upset that I didn't play rook f3. Okay, rook b6. Okay,
But
just
I
take on
think I
a6.
just take
Check.
and just go here.
Four.
Check, okay.
But I think I'm...
No, not taking because this one is going to be
But
too fast.
Okay.
maybe I even not take, I don't know. No, but come on. Huh?
And this should be winning, no?
Just not take.
This particular one I'm absolutely not sure because I have b4 and not even sure who is better after b6.
Okay, let's
Before
try.
you take check and take on h4.
Before where I
Yeah,
take?
connect.
If I
Sorry?
just...
No, not taking on c3 in this line, the b4. So you can leave your king b6.
Aha, yeah.
Fancy one, you're becoming to trick b4.
A bit surprised, no? No, before
Yeah.
it's a blunder.
It would be a pleasant surprise. No, okay, you have to take on b5 and taking c3. Should
Yeah.
be winning for white. It's still
Just rook
it was
c6
maybe
probably.
Check.
And you are not the target. Never paid enough.
I don't know, I don't think.
And unfortunately, you can take this stupid rook.
Ah.
So, yes, maybe it was a try.
Far from being obvious.
And if king f4 first? Rook
No, no,
c2,
rook
yeah?
c2.
C2 was my point.
G5?
Take.
G4?
Ah, you want to mate me?
King h7.
King g5, yeah, king
King
h7.
g5?
G5, king h7 at once. I mean,
Yeah.
Yes.
never think about it. King h7. Once again. Black slowly becoming better.
Takes. No, not better, but
I doubt it.
oh,
So
still
what do you
some
think?
yes, still some problems to solve. No.
Check on c5, b4.
And rook b5.
Rook b6?
No.
Okay, rook takes.
b3.
Okay, b3 if you like, it's the same. Rook b6.
It's a draw.
Okay, probably you should be winning in this line. Exactly king and so on. In the same it was in the game it was the same but with
Yeah, I know.
Could you have taken on g7?
Sorry?
On g7.
Yes.
On knight
What
e3?
says yes.
Ah, sorry.
Three and
Queen takes e5.
queen c5.
Ah, no, but then I...
Ah, yes.
Well,
and
no.
if I take, then check. Yes,
No,
probably.
not check.
Maybe.
F check.
Even takes and.
No, but
takes
maybe first
five.
check and then take on g4. Why not? Why to give this pawn on
No,
g4?
if you want to take this pawn, but I'm not sure it's better. Maybe check. Well, this looks winning.
No, there is something with queen b7 actually queen a8 anyway, queen g2, queen g2. So that's the trick. You cannot take
Ah, yes, really. Takes. But if I go.
h6 maybe, I'm not sure.
Take, queen g3, queen g2.
Queen 3 and then queen g5 check in the end. Right, if you give queen 3 it's king g1. King h, okay, this one. No, this one probably is winning. Queen h2.
Or rook d3.
H2 is nice. Ah, it's safe.
The easiest.
Yes, knight g7.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.